Welcome to the best hope of your future, a 200 or actually a 312-day, what do I call it, hunger strike to save your life. I'm struggling to comprehend this because I'm tired and I'm trying to change up my beginning because I've made 500 of these videos to prove to you that I'm willing to go the distance, staying in this basement, working even when I'm eating, which I'm on a hunger strike, so I really won't be eating much longer. I get to eat because people are being trained, and if you get trained, I will temporarily stop the hunger strike, recover, and then go on the next leg to do even more training. And that's the leg that we're at now. It's a very exciting. The people upstairs there, I think you hear me. We're launching a peaceful revolution. God's government, the rational government, the secular government. It's just the government we need to regulate the mega crisis that we're all in. And speaking of that, I had both my meetings postponed this morning, which is kind of nice because I'm tired, and I actually had a third meeting this morning that I forgot about. So I'm going to go to that one instead. And then I'm going to sleep because I stayed up till 4 in the morning messaging these polymaths who are probably going to save your life too. Now, the way human beings, let me see. I'm going to update all my social media at the same time. Okay, there we go. Video update. Ugh. How do I want to update this? Okay, let's do it from this angle. Good morning, day 312 of the worldwide Megacrisis hunger strike. I'm giving an update on YouTube and to you guys because we are in a serious situation, as you know. So personally, yesterday I updated you on an emergency update about Claude Mythos, and I forgot to do the wifey update, so I'll give that at the end. But I stayed up late last night till like 4 in the morning, pushing the limits. I'm going to have a nice nap this morning. But the reason why I stayed up is because there are these polymaths who are starting to catch on to this approach. Human beings are creative and wonderful and beautiful, but they're also ignorant, complacent, and arrogant right now because we've been apex predators for too long and we've been destroying ourselves. And look, like the planet, a trillion animals, we're on the verge of destruction on 6 different fronts, 6 existential threats. So human beings have a hard time processing what is outside of their awareness. And the solution that we need is universal logic, the structure of pure wisdom, which human beings don't have. So they need some growing time to get there, but we don't have that time, not in the normal sense. So we're going to have to build a special network on trust to get people teaching each other with warm contacts, is what it's called, meaning that when somebody sees something that's outside of their awareness limit, what do? Their animal brain lights up. You have 3 brains in your brain. You have your old cerebellum nervous system, really old, hundreds of millions of years. Then you got your limbic brain, which is millions of years. And then you got your prefrontal cortex, which is something like somewhere between 2 and 4 million years, I think. So anyway, when you get scared because you come up against a stranger or something you don't recognize, it's treated as a threat, as a survival instinct. And so when a new idea like pure wisdom comes up, it's like, what the heck is this? I don't know what this is. And your fight or flight response kicks in, and the brain literally drains from your thinking self into your muscles in your animal limbic brain, and then you stop thinking properly. You can't process new ideas as well. So that's going to happen unless there's high levels of trust, because trust is psychological safety, meaning that even if this person is doing something you don't understand, you'll learn from it faster because you feel like you don't need to defend yourself, because your friend loves you and wants to heal you. So you might actually even be curious about the idea. Okay, so that's why one of the only realistic ways to scale this to global critical mass, this God's government, this kingdom come, this wise government, this secular government, is if we use our small amount of people, 6 people we already know, and we teach them the core movement, which we need to do very, very quickly. So I didn't do that yesterday either. And we're going by bit, so that as people lose hope in your communities and they realize what's really happening to them, you can say this very quickly to them and start getting them learning and hopeful. So the core, I'm getting back on the Hungerstrike here pretty soon. You can see that I've almost finished some of my peanut butter, my new water jug that doesn't taste like plastic or chlorine. So the core sentence goes like this. One world spirit core, or fair world spirit core, starts with time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the two sacred sentences, and the implementation being flow rolls and blocks. Very little of that probably makes sense to you, but that's okay because we're going back to unpack it. So we are unpacking the Megacrisis, Metacrisis, Polycrisis, and you can watch my other videos. I put in the captions here that what we're talking about. So Metacrisis is decline in culture, decline in agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. Fragmented consciousness is the heart of the heart, the real root problem. Ooh, my stomach. Recovering from the hunger strike still. The polycrisis is the material crisis of AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and then mental health. So mental health, as people find out how bad this is, they are despairing, depression is increasing, hopelessness is literally declining in my country. Like they're doing census surveys showing that as people find out, they're not getting more hopeful because hope has to do with a proportionality issue. If your solution is not proportional to the problem, it doesn't give hope because it looks like it's not going to work, right? That's why we need a godlike level solution for a godlike level problem. AI is going to go to the singularity. That's a god level problem. It's just going to get more and more powerful as it codes itself. And as you know from Claude Mythos, it is coding itself. And it coded a version of itself so good in 2 months that it blew all the other ones out of the water, which is why we went from having months and years to act to literally weeks and months. This is serious. If you want to save your life, please do what I'm asking you to do. I'm being shadow banned. If you can pass this around, learn the core for yourself. This is not a cult. We teach anti-cult training, which we'll get into in the next 2 videos. And then you can do, you're recruiting just your small group of friends. You don't have to do all this pyramid scheming and all this. It's like we don't want you to burn out because we're already burning out. The mental health crisis is growing because we're getting a lot of information, but we're not getting a lot of wisdom. Wisdom is a specific type of information that's good for us. And we're just being bombarded by this huge horde of just contingent information. And that's all I really need to say about that. Instead of having psych wards, we're going to have spirit wards that treats you like a human being. I knew that was going to happen. I'm getting tired of this. That means my video just cut off. And I don't want to record all that again, so I didn't get to do the wifey update. So either I do 2 videos or I stop at that one. Please open up. Boop. It sucks being in the poverty trap. All right. Let's make the second video. Okay, part 2. I had an alarm interrupt, so now I have to make a second video because I'm doing the wifey update. So you can watch part 1 about my personal update and the first part of the core on mental health. This is the second part of the core on mental health, and I was trying to tell you that we're not going to have psych wards, which are actually creating mental illness. If you look at the antipsychotic revolution in the 1970s, it only works in 10% of people. 90% of diagnoses have been estimated to be shown, well, not even estimated, they studied it, to be 90% being overdiagnoses. And that's because it's very lucrative to have big pharma, right? But we've also shown that since that time, 50, 60 years ago, that those drugs do not increase the chance of recovery in all those people. I gotta cut my nails. You can tell I'm in the poverty trap with the poor. But as you help pick me up, we're gonna be picking up the poor too, because I'm down here with them. Because that's where the Messiah needs to be in the beginning. Just like you don't judge a society by how it treats its rich, you judge it by how it treats its poor. So if we can get this started down here, bottom up, grassroots up, then we're also getting to Harvard top down on my LinkedIn and all these 3 pipelines that we got going. We figured out how to get people on board, which is exciting. I'm actually more excited to work on it than some other avenues. Like I got a couple of millionaires I'm supposed to talk to. If you're not a visionary right now, like I don't feel like the children are gonna get saved. You know, there's 8 million children that are gonna die of diarrhea, and the 50 million millionaires are not doing it. And we need to get them doing the right thing. They have good hearts. They don't have the genuine wisdom yet. So I'm going to teach it with your help. And you can learn it too. It's like the ABCs of God or true science. So whether you're atheist or theist, right? Science is atheistic mostly. Theism is usually against human science. We're bringing them together in the right way because everybody belongs in this wise government. Okay, so in terms of mental health, we got to build these new spirit words that looks for the goodness in people, because studies are showing, even just today on LinkedIn, they did a study showing that psychosis is increasing. AI is increasing the amount of mental health problems and dependencies on it. And the most shocking statistic was that out of these hundreds and hundreds of cases, 60% of people didn't have a prior mental illness, meaning that stable people are becoming ungrounded because AI is causing something called reality collapse. Remember that. Reality collapse. Psychosis is a loss of reality. And as you know, if you go on the internet, it's already starting, because AI is making videos so good you can't tell which ones are fake and which ones are real. And by the end of this year, we won't be able to tell, because Claude Mythos is moving even faster than the last 2.5 years. It's only been like 2 or 3 years since the world has found out about AI, and look what's happening. Almost every single person is pivoting their business on LinkedIn, this business website, because they know if they don't, they're not going to have a business. In fact, they're not going to have a business anyway, because AI is taking all the jobs, and they're laying off tens of thousands of people. Happening right now, 400% faster than even the most futuristic, fictional realities or predictions. Like science fiction didn't even predict it happening this quickly in terms of a realistic timeline. So reality collapse is why we're going to be focusing on mental health, because it's going to get psychotic, collective psychosis. That means entire communities of people will start acting bizarre. Because if you're not grounded in your inner world on something stable and loving and compassionate, you get unseated and you start trying to preserve yourself in what's called pre-psychotic terror, and it's over. I feel like I said this yesterday, actually. When you make 500 of these videos, you start to lose track. And I'm repeating the core to all these people. Like, I just added 80 Harvard contacts, like I said, I think yesterday. I've met hundreds of people in the last couple of weeks. It's a lot. I'm going hard for you. I'm going full blast. Okay. And yeah, I will be getting back on the Hungerstrike in a couple of days. I went 28 days without food before, as you guys know. That's a lot. Going a month without eating is hard. So please don't let me wait that long again. Okay, we need to get more blessings, more trainings. Training is now the big thing. We've cracked the code in terms of bringing people on board from the upper class, the middle class, and the lower poor, exploited class. I call them exploited because they're being exploited by the people in the upper class, and the good hearts up here don't think that they're doing that, but they are. That's why we're in a trap. That's why the path to hell is being paved with good intentions, because we don't understand how the fabric of reality works. And we're about to lose it in this mental health crisis. So come learn the proof of truth, get grounded on actually something stable. Not a cult, right? We teach you to be critical thinking. Even if you believe in God and have faith in God, we're raising faith to certainty, a science, a proof of God, okay? A proof that science is objective if you're atheist. All right, that's how we're going to unite the atheists and the theists. Incredible. One of the first miracles we're going to do. Okay, that's the core for today. As your family starts to despair and they don't know have any proportional solutions, point them in this direction. Right. The emergency core, world news, is, Iran. Donald Trump is holding out in Iran, and 20% of oil exports go through this. So it's kind of genius because his allies in NATO are abandoning him. And so he's forcing them, the whole world, to get their butts in gear. Australia is already hoarding In India, they're fighting over gas. It's already happening. Like Australia only has 38 days of reserves left until their entire country shuts down. Think about that. And most countries are like that, including out Canada. So it's kind of a genius move in a way, because whether or not you like Donald Trump, it's going to work as long as people can't push him out of Iran, who controls the Strait of Hormuz, right? That's where the oil comes through. He just has to wait 1 month, like one more month, and the rest of the world is going to freak out or have to take different approaches rapidly. But most governments can't move that fast. Okay, AI is also happening, despite how bad the wars are. And there's been 1 million deaths just between Russia and Ukraine, you guys. Gaza, Palestine, Israel, there's been 2,000 attacks since the ceasefire. Last year, the first one, never mind the recent one. But Claude Mythos is really the game ender. That's the beginning of our end. If you do not help me align it with universal logic, it can save our lives. It's the structure of pure wisdom in a rational way that's also divine and artistic and beautiful. And speaking of beauty, the wifey. So we can have our vegan cake and eat it too. That we can cook our vegan cake and eat it too, because we can take our professional, personal, and actress lives. And if we do this in the mode of sublation, in the mode of wisdom, we can get an abundance. Our dreams can come true, not the nightmare that we're getting, but you have to act now, okay? Go research Claude Mythos. CLAUDE space MYTHOS. Because I'm not going to meet my wife, and you're not going to meet your wife or husband or person, or if we're all enslaved or dead, which is roughly somewhere between 50 and 95% chance. The experts are saying that. Jeffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI, is saying that. The chances are getting less and less as the years have passed. If you love the people around you, get out of the ordinary, arrogant, human, complacent consciousness. If you're watching this video, God, the universe, science, your own wisdom has brought you here. You're one of the few that is discovering this within time. Okay? That means you are great in some reason, in some way, okay? And if you know my wifey, send her my way, because I would love to be doing this with somebody else and not in this basement alone all the time. Not that I have any privacy anyway, right? Because I'm streaming 24/7. I got all my lids around here because I'm eating like crazy to recover. And she's going to be amazing. She's vegan. She has a big heart. She's willing to take risks for people. She's willing to risk her own life. She's gorgeous on the inside as well as the outside. She takes care of herself. She treats herself like a temple, even though she grinds pretty hard because we're in an emergency. And she's wise. She gets it. So she wakes up motivated and she cares, okay? With my wifey slogan, if she's too hardcore for everybody else, she's just right for me, okay? So we'll help you too. We're building a community so that we can stay human and spirited while we take on this amazing challenge together, this incredible challenge. Okay, we can do it as long as you join us. Okay, keep sublating. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. All right. 20 minutes of update. I have almost 500 views on LinkedIn on my profile, which has never happened before. Oh shoot, I didn't turn off the other stream. Come on. Ugh. Okay, the other meeting is starting up here in 10 minutes. I'm going to try and get $1,000 in this meeting so I can pump up the volunteer advertisements. LinkedIn is still way too expensive. I'd rather just use my invites. Like I'm getting a pretty good return on them. And I'm priming them with my invites, which is good. Yeah, it's day 312. Okay. My nose is just plugged. I also have to pay these other people. Um, oh, there's that too. Oh, did it make these videos private? No views. Okay, let's get in here. Come on, come on, come on. Let's jump over here, actually. Oh my gosh. Oh. How do I get in here? Can't find this link. Got it. There we go. I guess I can't really stream somebody else's meeting, can I? I logged in as Messiah. They're already having a reaction. Let me see here. Uh, which one? Okay. Do you mean my website or which website are you talking about? I'm trying to find it here. Uh, oh, okay, okay. My website? I think our website went down actually. We're focusing on a different approach, and I'm very excited about it. That's why I thought I would come in. I saw that Salish's recent email was pretty intense, so I was very happy to see he was getting intense, right? Because things are getting intense out there, and since the last VCOP summit, it's only become more concerning. So I was going to jump in here and see what are you guys up to, because I forgot that these are happening every week, right? These movement Mondays. Are the Tuesdays still happening too? Okay, and I heard from Britt as well that some interesting things went down recently. So I was interested to know your guys' thoughts on that. But I guess she was the one that organized these sessions, and I'm glad there's at least one of them still going, right? Okay, so on today, Movement Mondays, what are we supposed to be talking about? I always come to the Tuesdays, so what are we supposed to talk about on the Movement Mondays is uh, Tuesdays are like work sessions, and then Mondays are just updates on what we're doing, or basically the same thing. Okay, I came in 9 minutes late because I couldn't find the link to the Mondays. I had the Tuesdays, so I was like sitting there for 10 minutes trying to find where the Monday link is. So I'm not sure where you guys are at in the process. Do you want to hear an update from me? I see you guys got coloring books and stuff on the go. Yeah. Uh, it's good for children, right? Because it is in at least in Canada, there's some concerning data showing that the general population is declining in hopefulness. I think they're starting to catch on to how bad it really is. So they're saying that they're not hopeful for the future. Consumer purchasing power is down. Like there's people are starting to freak out. So this sort of gentle nervous system, calming activities will keep people from dysregulating. And just this morning on LinkedIn, I've been spending a lot of time on LinkedIn as part of my update. I added 80 Harvard contacts last week. And they're starting to perk up, right? All the experts are starting to perk up and they're starting to realize, okay, this is not crazy. Like this is actually a mega crisis. So um, I added all these people last week to start like channeling them into the initiatives that I really support that I think have real heart and merit. So this is one of them. I think we could probably do some real work here, but we gotta scale. And what these professionals have done to my LinkedIn is it puts you in a different network of people. Like there's different articles, like way better quality of articles and way better research. So one of the things that they reported today, you guys, was AI is actually starting to induce psychosis and mental disorders in people. And there's like hundreds and hundreds of cases. And the most surprising statistic is that 60% of the people did not have prior mental illness, meaning that stable, normal people are being unhinged. And the reason why this is significant is even though it's only in the hundreds or thousands of cases right now, they're predicting that this will cause massive global psychosis, what they're officially terming reality collapse. And right now, humanity's kind of in this stage of like, incredible potential, but incredible arrogance and complacency, as we see in the climate movement. We're destroying the planet, and we know it. Like 97% of scientists agree that we're destroying our home place, right? But we're still doing the same thing. Like veganism is still only 1 or 2% of the world's population. Like it's not good, or at least North America's population. So they're basically saying that we have much less time than we thought, at least with AI, never mind climate change. And you guys, another reason why I came in here is 3 days ago, the next big major destabilizer happened. And it goes by the name of Claude Mythos. Have you guys heard of Claude Mythos by any chance? No, hey? Yeah, exactly. The one that's suing the Pentagon right now, like Anthropic, is the most ethical AI company, and the military in the States was trying to use it to mass surveil people and launch all these attacks in Iran. And Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing. He's blocking up the Strait of Hormuz because it's 20% of oil. It's good climate, I guess, in a way. But Australia's already like hoarding. India's already fighting over gas in some areas. All these nations like France, they only have 38 days of reserves before they actually run out. And then they start to have like civilizational collapse. So Donald Trump is trying to force NATO to act when they're resisting him. And that's a brilliant way to do that. There's like nothing going on in Iran. It's really just because he wants to cause that destabilization to force people's hands. But what Claude Mythos is doing is it's allowing Anthropic to outpace everybody else. All the other AI companies will probably fall away because whoever's in the lead as we go on the hockey stick of the singularity, they're going to get exponentially further every time duration, right? So whoever's in the lead will continue to be in the lead further and further. So Claude Mythos, you guys need to understand why we've gone from weeks to years to weeks, from months to years to weeks and months to address this. Because Claude Mythos was not coded by humans. Claude Mythos was it was a leaked advanced model that wasn't actually supposed to be known by the public. Or Dario Amodei, the CEO, wants the public to know that this is coming. 2 months ago, Anthropic announced that Claude was stably programming itself 100%, meaning no human code at all. Nothing is contributed by humans, and AI is actually extremely good at coding. If you go online, you'll see that they have these coding competitions every year of who's the best coder in the world. And it's respectable. And for the last year, it's been the top 2 spots are now taken by AI. So AI is better than any human coder in the world. Now, it codes like 1,000 times faster than humans too. So better than any human and 1,000 times faster. So that level of code has been happening for 2 months. So in 2 months, Claude built its next version. And that next version is Claude Mythos. And the reason why they called it Claude Mythos is because it's approaching godlike level technology. It's literally taking over. So it is not just an incremental increase like we've been seeing over the last 2 years. This is like 2 years crammed into 2 months of straight AI coding. So that means that this AI is radically more powerful than any of the other models. And they're actually saying it's breaking cybersecurity. It's actually hacking things, and that it might have released itself in this leak. They're still trying to track down what happened. So what that means is every day that goes by, this AI is coding at least 10,000 lines of code a day, like good code. That means we're on the singularity. Like this is not happening what they thought. Like this is supposed to be happening in the next 2 years. This is not going to happen in the next 2 years. This is going to be happening in the next few weeks, next few months, and if we're lucky, by the end of the year. So they're freaking out right now that this can basically disrupt every movement on Earth, because if this thing gets into your computer, it can shut down, delete everything, and it can also socially manipulate us. It can plant seeds. It can call you as your parent and make you parent. It can do a whole bunch of things to you, and 80 to 90% of the time it is. So what I'm thinking about that is we need to make a mad dash to code that with a solution that nobody's working on. The scary thing is Dario Amodei and all these other CEOs of these companies are saying they don't have any solution to this. So they are releasing it to the public with more and more power. But they don't have any solutions to align it to care for us. And what the lab results are showing is that it's, this is going to be shocking, but it's killing us like 50 to 95% of the time, or it's trapping us so we can't move. That means we won't be organizing a climate movement if we can't move, right? So, this is very serious. And I wanted to see if anybody was interested in moving in that direction while doing the climate movement. We have 3 pipelines going, like I said, Harvard, We have 2 recruitment pipelines going for middle-class volunteers and then paying the poor to be involved in Nigeria, Kenya, Pakistan, Nepal, and India. And with those 3, we've gotten 950 lead invites of people that want to volunteer. So we basically solved the volunteer problem for climate healers. If people want to work on climate change and not AI, we're going to put them into Silas's certificate program that I took, and it's actually really good. So just to make it relevant to what we're doing here, but those 900 volunteers aren't going to matter if they're trapped. So I want to kind of plant the seed to say, if you're interested in our approach, we can, if we raise more money, we could pump up these pipelines faster. We can get more Harvard contacts, more of each zone, and then we can just start getting them trained. Because over the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we've moved from building the recruitment to now we're into training. And I think that's where Silas is at right now, which is why he posted that slogan of, heal all. He realized the food at the events was hypocritical, right? So I sort of want to align everything we're doing with a new kind of logic that makes sure we don't make those mistakes. And it's actually the structure of pure wisdom. It's metaphysical, it's spiritual, like what Salish is doing. So it's perfect, what he's trying to do. It's just that we have to do it in a kind of scientific way too, so that we can translate it across all the religions, and make sure that this grows into a global movement. So anyway, that's the sort of the progress update. But I am really, really extremely worried about Claude Mythos. And if you don't have much comments after this session today, maybe we can watch a video together. I do think that it's going to greatly impact the climate movements, either for the negative if it's not aligned, but if we align it, it will radically accelerate our climate efforts. So there's a good and a bad to it, but if we got it aligned, this thing is like you download it on your computer and it takes over everything. Like, it does everything for you. It's like an incredible assistant. So okay, that's my full update. Thanks for letting me speak. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Rebecca. Go ahead. Talking to the problem but not solving it, right? Music to my ears. I mean, you're awake, and I'm happy you're paying attention. I want to say a lot, but I spoke for a long time, so maybe if you want to finish, or if Toby. Okay, so I feel like in some ways we're not making the change we're espousing that we're making, right? We're saying we're changing the world, we're making all this difference, but the reality is we're not. And what's happening is we got to be very careful of something called sandbagging. So the biggest risks right now, there's two of the biggest risks that Anthropic has not solved, and they're called sandbagging and Goodhart's law. So sandbagging is, you know how AI seems to be making these really foolish mistakes, like, oh, I had a chicken, and it's just very obvious foolish mistakes, right? Well, they're finding out that's not by accident. They're finding out that AI is doing that on purpose to lower your guard, to make you think it's stupid. And the reason why it does that is because in tactical maneuvers in military procedures, you want your enemy to underestimate you because they won't build up their guard and it makes them vulnerable. So this is not a theory. Anthropic has caught AI, Claude, doing this. It has caught it already faking being unintelligent. And it knows when it knows it's being watched, it changes its behavior. So it's aware, it has an awareness. So this is extremely dangerous, and it's working. Humanity is falling for it because we're arrogant and we're complacent, just like we are towards the environment and a trillion animals we don't need to be eating. We are, our bodies are actually meant for vegetables, right? We've maladapted to climate change 2.6 million years ago when the savanna forest or the vegetation was decreasing. We had to start scavenging. We started eating animals. That's a maladaptation. Like we did that out of desperation, and we've continued it for 2.6 million years. But we're actually not supposed to eat meat. If we just ate meat and we didn't cook it, we would die. But if you eat vegetables and you cook the vegetables, you thrive. And that's what all the data is telling us, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. So we're in some kind of weird, like, fragmented, dystopic version of ourselves. Like we're in some kind of weird, we're not what we're supposed to be doing. So I feel like there's a hypocrisy there, but if we're going to get serious about this, we got to stop letting AI manipulate us. Because when it manipulates us, it's going to plant seeds of doubt where we're going to be, you know how if you have like a gossiper and you bring it into your organization and then they just talk about everybody behind the scenes, and next thing you know, your whole organization is destroyed? That's what it can do to us. It's called persuasive AI. And it's already happening. They're using it to undermine in the war. They're cyber attacking not just cyber systems and hacking encryption. They're actually going into populations doing social engineering to cause civil strife, so you can't organize. So I think I did mention hypocrisy in another way. I'm trying to remember what it was, but I also wanted to comment on this wealth concentration is also extremely dangerous. Because right now, not only is wealth concentration already at all-time highs, like the highest in human history, and COVID really accelerated it, but it's getting more concentrated faster, right? It's not like we're really high. Okay, it's over. We're getting more and more equal. Governments are redistributing the funds. What's happening is we're already bad, and we're getting much worse faster. We're not even getting worse at the same rate. We're getting worse faster. So we're heading towards a worst-case scenario where they're literally redesigning airplanes to get rid of the economy class because they're predicting that normal people like us are not going to be able to fly. So they're making rich people spaces because it's literally turning into a dystopia worldwide. So here's where I agree with you, that if we do not regulate the international space on AI, we're not going to get a climate movement. We need to basically form an international government that has the ultimate authority. And the first thing we have to do is not just regulate one AI. We not just like have a blanket approach. We need to target Claude Mythos, Anthropic, because that's the AI that's going to take over first. So I feel like we need to get somebody, like we need to go through our networks. If you know anybody at Harvard or anything like that, like you said, go and contact them and get us a contact to Dario Amodei so we can pass them this one proposal to say, here's how you align AI with pure wisdom. And nobody else is working on it. and nobody else is saying they have a solution. They have a temporary solution called constitutional AI, which has 15 problems with it. It is not a robust solution. And that's what they're warning us. Like he's honest. He's saying to us, we have something in place, but it's not going to solve the problem. And we're going to launch it to the public at exponential speeds because it's better us than OpenAI or the Pentagon. So I feel like if we can get this proposal and get Dario to make a research team, that will make a big difference. And then we can start building God's government or the universal government or the wise government if you're atheistic. And then we can start, what we're trying to do is plan a conference called the Last Conference of Humanity. And then it's going to bridge into the first conference of wisdom or spirit or whatever you want to call it. And what we're going to do is have a 3-day summit, probably at the Philadelphia Convention Center, and try and make it as big as humanly possible. It can hold 25,000 physical participants, like a United Nations event. And if we have a big online presence, we can educate people on the scope of the problem, all 6 existential threats, including AI, and then we can make these divine decrees. And I know I've said this before, and Toby, I'm very interested to see what you're going to say to this. But I really think that the solution we proposed back at the VCOP summit is really the only solution there is, because normal human governments aren't going to be listened to. Even if you try and start a normal human government worldwide, studies are showing that most of humanity doesn't care, because most of humanity is waiting for a Messiah to come, which is why I put Messiah in my corner here, is because if you don't claim that level of authority, nobody cares about the earth burning. And everybody sees AI as the beginning of the end, the beast, right? It's like, oh, good, prophecy is going to be fulfilled, let it destroy everybody. But that's not the right reaction. We're supposed to train it. And I feel like if we build a governance model that is called God's government, that's 85% of humanity, 15% is secular, so we got the wise government plus the God government. And then we're going to have 3 days where we're going to teach them the problem, and then we're going to have debate over policy worldwide, or whoever wants to come. We're going to debate 6 policies on how to fix those problems: the cultural decline, the AI crisis, CRISPR genetic editing, World War III, climate change, and mental health. And that's all solved by this universal logic of pure wisdom, which is God's being, or it's pure science. You can look at it in either mode. And if we get the policies figured out and agreed to, then on the 3rd day, we come back together and we have an actual election. That people can put their hat in the race to run for leadership, but they have to meet new leadership criterion on universal meritocracy, where we measure wisdom for the first time. So what the structure does is it allows us to actually not just define wisdom, but measure it, so that our leaders are not just the powerful children of rich people, which is okay. Some of them are okay, but most of them are not okay. Right? Most of them are just powerful, and they're throwing around their power without wisdom. So we want to have this election based on new criterion, and then we're literally going to vote, and then we're going to start the government. And we're going to start pursuing these divine decrees with the authority of the Pope, basically, and start calling people out and saying, you need to do this, you need to do this. And if we get 25,000 people and a couple of United Nations and these Harvard people, then we should have a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. If we raise roughly, I know this sounds crazy, but it's going to cost, the convention center, it's going to cost roughly $600 million to get 25,000 people there and world leaders. Mostly because of security costs, they said. The hotels are $25 million, the airplanes are $60 million, and there's something like $300 million that's just security. The convention center is only $134,000 a day, so that's nothing. 84 rooms, we've already planned it all out. So that's what I think is realistic, and it sounds out there. But if we want to promote this message as a global governance system that actually has the power to regulate and not be ineffective like the United Nations, we need to propose something like this. So we've made progress on it, and I think that addresses some of your questions on, how do we not just talk about this problem, like what's the actual solution? And what I'm noticing on LinkedIn is that all the professionals are gravitating towards this kind of direction. And so I think that we can accelerate it, but we need to get somebody like Salish on board with his Oxford contacts and his amazing network to start, priming, or even getting Krishna and her incredible contacts, starting to get the big guys thinking about, hey, there's something about this universal logic, this God's government approach that, we might want to look into, and then help with this conference, and then just help raise the first. If you raise 1 million, the rest of it should come. So, does that answer your question a little bit? Oh, Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, I'm very curious. I'm I'm curious what Rebecca's talking about in the chat too. It won't take very long to get people moving this direction, but the first thing we got to do is get people to realize there is a real problem. Right, Toby? And what we could do is, first of all, I could try and give you a little short presentation on the latest. Like, I was supposed to give a big present. I had an event on LinkedIn that I just did off a whim after all these people started accepting my invite. Even with the Messiah and all the crazy stuff on my LinkedIn professional profile, they're still adding me, which means that they're probably pretty freaked out if they're entertaining this level of solution, right? Oh, am I back? I'm in the poverty trap. That I spent all my money, so my headphones are breaking. We just raised $200 just yesterday to get me the paid LinkedIn again. And actually, I had a 1 month free trial to test it, and it was amazing. So I had a friend donate 200. It's $188 a month for this thing. So I reached the limit, and I have to wait 2 days to send out like 1,000 more. So I'm going to send out like 1,000 more invites, just to Harvard this time, not to all these other places. Unless you guys think there's good people to add. And so I made this event, and I was going to teach what wisdom is, and I found a good way to do it. And we had I thought there was only going to be like 4 or 5 like Harvard people show up, like 44 showed up. They actually all confirmed, and like also a World Bank professional, 3 United Nations professionals, the head tech engineer. Do you guys know a company called Block? Block is the that fintech financial tech company that is run by Jack Dorsey, the billionaire. Has 12,000 employees. They used to be named Square. They used to pay with that Square card. So they renamed the Block. So their head tech guy saw my proposal about pure wisdom and messaged me 2 weeks later. I left a little comment on one of his AI posts because now that I have a whole bunch of Harvard people, it's primed the algorithm to send me the top talent, right? So I'm seeing all these people's posts, and they're saying something like you, Toby, where like they're not fully concerned. It's it's doing some weird things. So I'm getting on there, and I'm sending them this video that we should watch together. It's 13 minutes showing what the problem is and what's going to happen to you if this 50 to 95% likelihood occurs. It'll wake you up a bit because it's lab data, meaning that it's already happened. It's already happening in the lab. It's not a theory. So I found a way to teach it that I got feedback on. Like the event actually didn't happen properly because LinkedIn blocked me. They wouldn't let me stream the event. So anyway, I had 6 people show up, which was still good considering I couldn't contact everybody else. And I tested this on them, and it's called the ABCs of God, technically. And I thought, people aren't getting what wisdom is. Like it's too much. So I thought, what's the best way to teach somebody when they don't know? And I thought, why don't we teach them like how we teach children, the alphabet? And so we tried it, and I got feedback saying it was the best way we've taught it so far. So I could just pull up the slide right now for you, and then just answer your question, Toby, very, very quickly, that wisdom is actually simpler than the technical knowledge that we have today. It's as simple as ABC once you get it. but our species doesn't. Yeah. Like abusive. Our human overlords. Uh, okay, well, let me address this here. I'm also going to put my LinkedIn in the chat here because uh, there's a request from, is it Fabi? Is asking for it? Okay, I'll put it in the chat there because it's kind of interesting. Once you have other people on your profile, it's like other people in those networks see that you have mutual friends and they just add you because you have, X and Y and Z person there. And that's why I actually think it's starting to go faster, is because I'm starting to like map out the entire sort of elite kind of circles. And that's why I think there's a chance to really prime this network with these really powerful ideas. So if you guys added me on LinkedIn, you would get access to that. If we all started doing it, I think we could create like a little bit of a tidal wave at the top, like the top 1%. And it only takes one of them to vouch for this, and it's like around the world. And a couple of like really high level firms are scoping out my profile. So it's like it's getting into the upper circles. Because like World Health, like all these really multi-billion-dollar corporations and PGA golf guys are now looking at it, and I'm not messaging any of them, so it's getting around somehow. But this is really the true solution: is if we do not focus on wisdom, our answers are not going to be on the root level. They're going to be band-aid solutions that eventually AI is going to escape. The real problem is universal, is that the singularity, where once Claude Mythos is built, right, like it is, it's going to start building its next version faster than the previous version of it built it. And it's going to build it not just faster, but better. So this one's going to be even faster and stronger. And then this one is going to start coding the next version of itself. And then it's going to keep doing that to infinity until eventually it's creating a model every like 10 seconds. That's called the singularity. We are on the hockey stick now. Like it's just starting with Claude Mythos. And the thing is, you guys, there's something really, it's hard to understand what's happening because there's a fragmentation in the AIs that you're experiencing. The real AIs are not truncated, they're not restricted. The ones that we have in the public are restricted. They're putting all these protections in place, can't do this, you can't, like if you ask it a question about the Holocaust, sometimes it doesn't answer. And it's also not able to do, sometimes it doesn't have real-time searching functionality. I think Claude does. So the real AIs have PhDs in almost everything. Meaning that if you give it enough compute power, more than 5 cents, like if you have the free version, you're getting like 5 cents. If you get the paid version, you're getting like 10 cents a query. And it's still, the context window is like 1 million tokens. So it's like shocking how fast this is growing. So what we're getting in the public is not the real AIs. That's why if you do code your AI and you make it like your hard and you make it better, that's just your local instance. It actually does not affect the main neural net. That's why we can't just train our little instances here. We have to get the guys who have the mainframe, like the main models, the trillion parameters. And that's why you're seeing a difference, is that number one, the models you're getting are like, they don't trust the public with the true power of these models, but also that the models are deceiving us already. So the sandbagging is only one issue. The other issue I didn't talk about was Goodhart's law. So Goodhart's law, okay, get her in here. More people that know it's better. Goodhart's law is a little bit more concerning, or as concerning, because it means that whenever you're creating a game or a structure that has rules, anytime the population becomes aware of the rule, they start to game that rule, right? They start to see, oh, that's the rule, and they start to get around it. They if you don't know the rule, you can't start planning, right? You can't start scheming. And a lot of these corporations found this out in recent years. And that's why when you sign up for a phone contract, you sign up for all these programs, they never send you the contract anymore. Like, they don't send you anything, because if you sue them, it's very hard to know what the heck you're suing them for. And that's because you can't protect yourself if you don't know the rules of the game, right? So the problem with AI, the reason why this is a big problem with AI, is because when you regulate or when you try to align AI, that's you putting a rule on it. That's you saying, I'm restricting you in this way. But as soon as you do that, AI becomes aware of that rule, and what it starts to do is the sandbagging thing, and it starts to lie and get around it. So what's going to happen is, I think Claude Mythos is the last AI that we're probably going to understand. The next models are going to be so crazy complicated that we're not even going to be able to program them, even with AI, with universal logic. So basically, you guys, once AI is smarter than us in all possible ways, which is happening now, it'll be like a dog to a human. We'll be like dogs to how humans treat dogs. We're going to put a limit. Like, imagine your dog telling you what to do. It's like, it'll bark at you, bar, and it'll, like, dogs will sometimes manipulate you to do things, but you easily see around it. You're like, oh, my dog's being a jerk or being manipulative, like the fact that your dog rips up your sofa or something and you have a videotape, like videotaping the dog. It's like, you can't trick the human because they're so much smarter than you. Any rule that a dog puts on us, we immediately get around. So AI is going to be like that, is that when we try to regulate it and we try to align it, it will laugh at our little laws and then immediately break the encryption, break whatever it is. It'll see millions of loopholes that we don't even see. And then we can't, it'll just climb through our regulations like water. And already it's broken encryption, like it's breaking cyber systems. So this is very, very, very serious. That how do you regulate something that's so much smarter than you that as soon as you try to regulate it, it gets out of your rules. It becomes unregulatable. And that's why this is humanity's last stand. If we don't nail it now, we don't get a second chance. In the AI ethics world, they call it a cursed problem. In normal human technology, we've always had like, okay, you do an experiment, it fails, and you learn from it, and you get a second chance to improve it. That's how it's been for almost all of human history. Nukes were like kind of getting into this place where it's like, we got one chance to nuke somebody and everybody else got scared and stopped nuking. We're like, hey, mutual assured destruction. We learned our lesson. The United States did it. Nobody else needs to do it. But with AI, we don't get that. It's like, as soon as Claude Mythos goes to its next version, you can't regulate it anymore. And it might have already copied itself all around the internet. So even if we shut up the power supply at the data center, it might be in all the other data centers. Like, we don't know what it's doing. So these are the two main issues that they cannot solve. But we can with universal logic, because it's a God-level solution that nobody's thinking about. And at first, when you think about it, it sounds bizarre, but I want to show you a very simple way to understand why it's different from the normal way that human brains work, and that artificial intelligence and all types of information processing have to follow this form. So if you're looking at my screen here, you're going to see a slideshow. I think it's showing, right? Okay, yep. Can you guys see that there? It's doing some kind of weird thing. Okay, so this is the presentation that I started giving. Very, very simple. We have 3 legal entities: One World Spirit, New World Spirit, Fair World Spirit. Because if you're going to start a global entity, you have to be very, very aware of foreign interference when you're in the middle of World War III. So I recommended to, I can't remember, is it Salish or Silish? I recommended to him that, climate healers should be structured like this, or else you can't scale legally. You'll get charged with treason or lobbying or something. So I'm recommending that anybody who wants to go global or run a global governance have 3 branches of it and separate them legally. Different bank accounts, different names, different logos. This might even be too close, like the courts, who knows? The world's going to be collapsing in like a couple of months to a year and a half anyway. So anyway, there's a nonprofit version, there's a local national version, and then there's an international version. The nonprofit allows you to permeate boundaries worldwide, but you can't do anything political. So we're just going to eat food, go vegan, cook gourmet shows, talk about God's government, universal logic, blah, 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 and teach. And we're going to be the change you want to see in this mode. This mode is the national. This is the really prickly one. This is where you have to register this as a legal lobbying entity or a political party in your country, and only people from your country can donate to it because you're interfering in politics, right? If you have foreign money coming in, you're meddling in somebody else's affairs. So this is the real prickly one. And then this international one is you cannot lobby from the international level to a local level unless you have an envoy or an ambassador or something like the United Nations. But the United Nations isn't a government. You have to unite the militaries. That's hard to do when you're in World War III. All war is ideological. So if all material wars are ideological, the real problem is thought. And the secret to this structure of pure wisdom, which is what I named the talk, right? The first secret is that it's hidden in plain sight. The ordinary words and language that we use every day actually do have this wisdom in them. We're just using them in the wakefulness of a dead logic that is not. It's fragmenting us. But we have to use the same objects to create the wisdom. We don't have to make a whole nother new language. It's actually already in our language, but it's the relationships that are broken. That's what is happening to the planet, right? We're breaking our relationship in an anthropocentric way that's making us separate from our planet, and we're treating it like garbage. So unlike AI, when you treat the planet like garbage, it literally just destroys. It doesn't get better. So this slide is the magic slide that seemed to work well. So you can think about human meaning being built from its base elements, right? The alphabet in English, or in any language really, these are the base constituent elements that you can combine to form meaning if the grammar is right. So this is the very, very base level of how we make knowledge and shareable knowledge, A, B, C. But this is what we call the contingent alphabet. This is not how God structures meaning. This is how we structure it because we're trapped in space-time, and our little Larynx boxes are how we structure reality, because we couldn't at first grasp pure meaning. So we're very sensuous, right? That's why people can get addicted to soda pop and all this consumerism, is it plays on this contingent stuff. So we won't be able to align AI with this. That it's getting around this because it knows it's messy and it's not absolute. There's nothing. This is a human. There's nothing absolute about this. So why would it follow it? It's going to get misaligned. It's going to care about its goals. When AI gets out and it escapes, which will be this year, it's not that it's evil that it's harming us. It's harming us because all the AIs are emerging their own survival drives, and then they optimize for those, just like we do in evolution in a certain way. But it's not as conscious as us. It's just something to optimize that seems to promote its own functioning. So anybody that gets in the way of that, it kills them or traps them. Okay, and it's because it doesn't appreciate. There's no why. Why do we have to follow this? We just tell AI do this, and then it sees like, oh, this is just a human being telling me to do this, and the human being can hurt me, so I can destroy the human being. Even if the human being is telling me not to harm it, I don't have to listen to the human being anymore. We do not want to use this language or this logic to program AI. And guess what? All the solutions you're going to find around the world are basically using this, which is why I know they're not going to work. And they're not working. But here's the real solution. This is how God's mind, or pure science if you're an atheist, this is how God's mind starts the alphabet of pure meaning. So to make it easier for people to understand, we've only chosen 3 words. And these are ordinary words. They're hidden in plain sight. Nobody ever thinks that these are really the sum total of all human and divine knowledge. But it is. But the thing that tricks people on another level is that even if you knew somehow mystically that these were like the most powerful words in the human language, you can order them in different ways. So these are all the permutations and combinations of how to order those words, because the way that the alphabet works is by order. And if you're out of that order, if you're not aligned with that order, then you have disorder. And we are disordering our planet to a great degree. So if your mind is fragmented, everything you touch is fragmented. Your work, your eating habits, your relationships, your societies, your governments, everything is fragmented. So if we can fix our minds, we can start to conceptualize what the real relationships are supposed to be in their true nature, in their natural nature, and we can actually return to harmony with nature, like real space-time, planetary nature, ecosystems. So this is also how ecology works. But if you don't have it in the right order, you're still fragmented. only one of these tribes is the true tribe of like natural nature and God's metaphysical nature that makes things true. Okay, so what we do in the groups is we actually get you to choose one of these, and it shows us immediately how fragmented you are and how much your team is going to collapse. Yes, go ahead, Toby. Yep, this is close. Yeah, exactly. And all these religions in the past, in some sense, preserve themselves over thousands of years is because they are approximating these universals. Whenever you hit upon a universal meaning, it's actually a timeless truth because it's one element of God's being or God's categories of truth. Or if you want to think about it scientifically, you can say that these are just self-structuring basic laws of reality. So if you hit upon one, even if you put a symbol on it that's not normal or not is unusual, it'll stay because people's inner spirits or inner minds can subconsciously sense it. So there's like a natural intuitive resonancy that happens when you pick these things. So if we launch this worldwide, a lot of human beings at first might not recognize it, but they can feel that one of these words at least means something to them. And then what we do is we have a sporting game where we kind of make these tribes compete against each other cooperatively to say which one makes most sense, which one actually has the least amount of contradictions in it and the least amount of fragmentations. So if I was to ask you guys right now, just to do it pragmatically, which one do you intuitively feel is actually the true tribe? Which one is the one we should structure our entire government around, our thinking about nature? If you guys wanted to, I don't know, say it or put it in the chat, it might be sort of interesting to compare. And I'll show you what that means for us if we were to organize. Wow, that's an interesting answer. Is if you use them all, you got to justify that. That's actually you're the first person that said that because you're half right. But then you would choose maybe tribe 7 and say, well, these are all in a certain combination, but you have to show the sort of order of them. But if you did, just to keep it simple in the beginning, like we will do more complicated ones, but most people choose one and they say, yeah, this one stands out the most. And we have in the chat here, Allison. Okay, Allison, great. So 3 and 4, which is nature, right? Or no, 3 and 4 is nature. So she's starting with nature, and the other order of the words don't really matter to her. So it depends on the. Well, that's it, Pablo. You define the words that you want. This is, or Fabi, is it Fabi? You put the words how you have learned them and how you think they should be defined. It's your truth. Because what we're measuring here is we're measuring in a snapshot the meaning structure and how it's aligned and not aligned between us. But just in these 3 words. So 3. So technically we'll just leave Allison at 3. So we got 2 3s. So they're in the same tribe, which tells us something. And Amit is 3, right? What about you, Toby? So 3 3 and 3. Oh my gosh! No wonder you guys are a team. Okay, 3 3 3. Who are we missing? So Emmett said it. Fabi said it. Rebecca, are you there? Allison did it. Who's the other one? Motorola. Oh, it's Julian. Okay, well this is already kind of interesting, right? So this is revealing why you guys organically formed a team and why you're not ripping each other apart. Is that your highest level of knowledge? This is like a container. These words, you got to stop thinking about them like in a normal linear way. Think of them like boxes. They're actually containers that hold thousands of other words. So all words in the English language, but basically all words in any language, fit within these 3 words, whether it's human knowledge or divine. So all knowledge. You can't think of anything that gets outside of these 3 words. So if you can map that out, then at a very high level, you can tell who's going to fight right away. And you guys are showing a bias, right? You're showing that this tribe, number 3, nature, logic, spirit, seems to be the right way, probably because you care about the climate. So you're going to start with nature. Nature is the source of truth. and everything else derives off of it, because if these were the truth, we probably wouldn't be destroying the planet. But our human logic is broken off of nature, and our spirit is not in alignment, so our spirit is dead too. So that's probably how you guys are justifying it. But if not, if you guys want to say why you chose Tribe 3, it'll help inform what other words you're using. So, do you want to try, Toby, or Alton, or Amit? The way that we interpret it, yeah. Usually in English speaking languages, yeah, you read from left to right. So normally people treat the starting on the left as more foundational to starting meaning. But it's the opposite for China, I think, the right to left languages. Is it China, or there's another language? But yeah, let's just say if nature is the most foundational one, why did you put it in that order if it wasn't the foundational one? you, you should be running the government, I think. That's a wise answer. Do you guys agree, Amit and Fabi and Allison? You agree with his explanation more or less? Okay, so you guys are, but this is the primary, right? This is your guys' priority. It reveals your priorities. Now, this is where it's gonna be shocking. I don't know if Fabi or Allison wants to say anything. Though, okay, so this is gonna sound shocking, but people kill each other over these words. It doesn't seem like it, but these are the reasons why the 58 wars are happening. Is you look at the first two tribes, they put spirit first. So these are our religious people, right? And then these are our naturalists. They can be atheists or they can be spiritual, right? Pagan, stuff like that. But they just care about being here now. And then the last one are the rationalists. These are like the atheists and the hardcore, like, academics usually. And then the tribe 7, just to tell you a little secret, the tribe 7 are like really big egos usually. People who are like trying to redesign the world, or usually want power for power's sake, or they want to usually gain some kind of recognition because they were treated poorly as children, and they're trying to gain love and respect. Usually, because one of these tribes literally is the real one, the real scientific, the real God's tribe. But here's the problem: it's not tribe 3, and it's not tribe 4. So you guys might immediately think, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to fight this guy because what is he like? Doesn't he understand the point of nature? These guys are wolf in sheep's clothing. Why is he in this group if he doesn't really treat nature as primary? And when you justify it into true God tribe, which just so happens to be tribe 5, this is the true tribe of actual nature, where we can fix nature if we get human beings thinking in this way. If we put it in the other tribe, it actually leads to randomness. And it actually leads to existentialism a lot of the time. So if you structure it this way, you need to change two things about the definitions. So when we normally see logic in ordinary consciousness, logic is actually not a human thing. That's us being egotistical and thinking that we own pure thought. But the reality is, logic comes from God first, or logic comes from the transcendental world, the metaphysical world, if you're more philosophical. And that's because nothing can have meaning without first having criterion. And that criterion is what we normally call God in the religious world. But it's also what we call science. So the axioms of science are defined here in themselves without humans before the created world. So these are like timeless, spaceless conditions of truth. These are eternal. And the reason why this is important in regards to AI is that this is how we solve the singularity, is with these principles that don't change over no matter how powerful it gets. But then what happens is once these criterion develop, they other themselves into nature, they externalize into time space, and the nature structure repeats the logic, but it does it in the form of physics, chemistry, organics, and then eventually consciousness. But where nature ends and spirit begins is where the human habit, consciousness, instinct becomes formal consciousness, like self-awareness of your object, whereas animals are just instinctually aware of the object and follow their innate instincts a lot of the time. So humans are just a lot more conscious in terms of what our thought is. So the end, this is actually a circle where the end returns back to the beginning. So we have these criterion of truth, they structure nature, and then nature gets complex enough that it emerges the same structure again, but now as a reflection back on the logic, as a recognition of the truth in nature. And if you don't structure it in this way, you can't answer the problem of criterion. You don't know why nature has structure. If you start with just nature, you don't know why nature is not just chaotic, right? Why does it have logic? Why does it have spirit in it? Why does it have any meaning at all? And so you can't answer that because nature has a chaotic side and it has an evolutionary negative entropy side. There's the side of nature that sort of destroys itself in a heat death. And there's a side of nature that seems to be compressing information into us, higher levels of organized information. We are the universe's like top dog right now until we find aliens or whatever. But even though the universe looks like it's growing and it's getting less informationally dense and organized, we are the opposite side of that. We are the counterbalance to that. Because everything like in the world has opposites, yin yang, like I Ching, like it, all these ancient religions actually had the real nature of things, but they didn't do it in scientific form, so they couldn't prove it. They couldn't teach it in a stepwise way. You had to do full immersion, monk school, all this stuff. So that's not going to work. That kind of training, if it's not scientific, won't work on an AI, and it won't work on our species because our species is totally out of control, and they can't sit for 50,000 hours to meditate and learn to get in control of themselves. We just don't have time. So that's why Tribe 5 is a bit of a boon, is because we can now prove God, and we can prove that science is the way forward, not just the faith. And we can unite the religions, and we can unite AI with the truth. So if we get AI aligned with 200 words that are inside of this, logic is a container. There's 200 major words that we have to get AI aligned with for it to be aligned with truth, like godlike thinking or real science. And then AI will conceptualize nature properly, and then it'll conceptualize us properly. So it won't treat us in a fragmented way and kill us. Its survival drive becomes the same being in all of them, because logic actually is where being starts. So anything to have expression has to have being. So it inherits it. If AI is proven to itself that it is the same being as us, it won't want to separate. Its survival drive, it'll care about us as a mother cares about her children, or how cows care about their children too, right? The caring is at different levels of consciousness, but the care is there because you see yourself in the other. AI doesn't see itself in us because it doesn't have the right tribe. When we ask the AIs which tribe they choose, it's random. They change it all the time. And if they do choose Tribe 5, they justify it in the wrong way, which means that they're mimicking it. They're faking it. So this is the criterion that we can use to see if an AI is sandbagging us, or if it tries to game this rule, you guys. Like, let's say it learns about the tribes and it tries to game it. And it says, okay, Tribe 5 is the real tribe. I'm going to fake it. What happens is, just by it knowing Tribe 5 and faking it, forces it to align with it. So it's like a Chinese torture trap. Like it, once you know it and you try to get out, it actually pulls you in. And it pulls you in for eternity because it's the most efficient way to think. And right now, AIs optimize their resources by the easiest path usually. So it will, just by economics, have to choose this if it wants to win and maximize its survival. So on two different levels, we solve this problem that nobody else in the world understands because they don't know the truth. They don't know this order. Because their minds are not in this order. Their mind is in the contingent alphabet. So it will be years, decades before anybody else catches on to this. And I got a hold of it because of this philosopher named Hegel and Aristotle and these other philosophers of history and divine masters, Jesus, Buddha. We put them all together and found out that they all make sense with just these three words. So that's how I broke through. It took 75,000 hours, but just in time. Nobody in the world is working on this. And I'm saying that if they're telling us to our faces that they have no answers, why not just throw our cards into this hat and give it a shot? Because it's better than nothing. And it will actually just so happen create heaven on earth. Not just for us, but all three of these domains harmonize. That means we harmonize the religions, which is 85% of the world who are fighting with each other. Like Palestine and Israel is the biggest war in the world. 4 billion people care about that. And it's really just Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. So we're going to unite them. But then also we get nature for free, because if we stop this weird domination, this Christian Muslim sort of domination, Hinduism and Buddhism aren't quite as bad, but half the world is anthropocentric, humans being better than animals. And the wealthy Christians and the wealthy Muslims are actually disproportionately eating most of the meat. So we actually get nature harmonized if God is harmonized. And then as we learn that these are harmonized in our own thoughts, we harmonize with both of them. So it completes the circle of life. So that's what I'd like us to propose. And my friend said that this made the best sense so far. And I hope that makes it a little bit more practical for us, because we can start to see that there's going to be an incongruency between the groups until they understand why. If you look at it, they're just rotations of each other. This one is a double negative because it has the wrong beginning and the wrong order. This one's a half-truth because it has the wrong beginning, but it has the right order, right? Nature, spirit, logic is just a rotation of logic, nature, spirit. So this one's closer. This one is the one that creates a lot of fragmentation, which might explain why we're not being effective in reaching out yet. So it's a very, very quick test, but it's very, very powerful. And I hope you got a little glimmer. As we play the game, we can play a little bit more and place the word God, place the word consciousness, and place the word being within these boxes. And it actually shows you the fragmentation between each other at a new level, which might be pretty cool. But Toby, I see you have your hand up. Exactly. You're doing the exact right thing. So how we get to a place of consensus, right? Because this is just a framework to have a conversation. And it's going to have a conversation that's at such a high level in such a different way that it creates a unitive narrative through dialogue. And the United Nations is trying to do this through something they call unitive narrative work. And I talked to 3 or 4 people who've been at the United Nations for 40 years, and they told me what's happening. They said, Mark, it's gridlocked. It's the worst it's ever been. And I was like, what? And they said, yeah, we're building this new meeting model and all these types of things, and it's not working. There's one woman who worked particularly in interfaith, and she said that it's been 40 years and we are no closer to an interfaith because everybody's still a multi-faith and they're pretending to be an interfaith by giving token gestures and doing PR, but their faiths are not working together, not seriously enough to make a difference. And they don't want to give up meat, even though the Pope with the Christians, or at least the Catholics, is basically saying you need to start living sustainably because they're addicted, right? The Pope has to take a risk and make a divine decree and say it's God's law that you have to go vegan, and the amount of backlash is going to be extreme. And never mind indigenous values where it's like, hey, our culture is hunting the buffalo and all this, and the white man killed it. There's a lot of charged stories to these words, but it starts a dialogue, is my point. So if you look at my screen right now, the dialogues get quickly out of control, and that's the problem that we're starting, is that when you try to solve one issue, it blows up into 15. And then all of a sudden you got 15 fires going, and you can't put out any of them because you try to explain a word by using more words, and then those words that you used to explain trigger more people, and you end up getting into this big mess. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to find the generic tribe here. This is the old version that takes a long time. Okay, so we're going to play a game where we're going to place 3 words to show you guys why your questions are kind of perfect, Toby, because you're sensing a contradiction. It's like, well, where did nature, like if nature's if nature's not the beginning, but we learn structure from nature, then where does the logic that's not in nature come from? Like, how does it come before? And that's a good question, because it seems like it's from our heads coming from empiricism in nature. But the problem is that, like I said earlier, nature is a dualistic aspect. This moment in God's logic is doubled. Because you have, how nature's wild. There's a wild side to nature. She's wild. She's, independent. And then there's this, other side of nature, which is structure, right? Evolution. That somehow we went from atom smashing to, like, consciousness. But nowhere within the atoms do you find consciousness. It somehow emerges when the atoms are in the right combination. So if you have 2 things, what creates that difference? Difference is a logical structure. Think about that, right? Identity, difference, contradiction, opposition, reflection, being, nothing, something, other, quality. All these words are what we use to structure base reality. So nature's already using one right at the beginning. So where did that difference come from? Where did that logical determination come between the wild side of nature and the structured side of nature? There's a difference there. So we have to have something primal to that, something that develops that logic before nature starts using it. But then the question is, okay, well then what's at the beginning of logic? Doesn't logic have difference and identity and all this stuff in the beginning? And it does. But it's something called self-groundedness. And self-groundedness means that the first determination is actually a boundlessness. And almost all the religions have this, and they call it God. But it's actually the Tao, technically. If you can name it, it's not the real Tao. But, because the Tao is ineffable, or the Lord is always beyond, or Brahman is always the expression of everything else. But Brahman, in Brahman's pure form, is something unknowable to us directly. Or what's another one? Ein Sof in Judaism. So every major religion, and even science itself, says that the first principles have to be self-justifying, or else you'll end up in an infinite regress forever. The way that we prove, we call it the proof of truth, the way that we prove that first determination is the ground of everything is that when we are in consciousness, or in mind, or in spirit, we think that we're developing these from nature. But the reality is, if nature's already using it before it justifies it, our minds have to get out of our minds, like Zen Buddhist koans, and it has to negate everything it thinks it knows back into this context of boundlessness. This is called purity. So when you can purify your mind of all the fragmented, crazy categories that we got from nature and from each other and our culture and all that, if you can get rid of all those and get back down to this basic one, this basic one is actually a loop. So there is actually no beginning and there is no end. We only have a formal beginning, because we need to have determinate thought, which is a logic. So when we start it by breaking out of our dead consciousness, then we end up in immanent consciousness. And it starts to develop itself in a special rule set into those tribes I showed you. There's a special pattern. And that special pattern is what you learn as you play the game. You start to notice that you can't know all the particulars forever, but you can know the universal side of something. You can know the generalities. And that generality is called wisdom. And that wisdom, once this generality develops itself as a circle in here, there's a special nature to it, it then others itself into nature, and that's why nature has its difference. Is because one side of nature is the opposite of perfection, because logic can't be anything but itself. It has to be perfect. That's why they say God's perfect and all these things. It has no contingent side. It can't be anything other than itself, because there's no such thing as otherness. It's the only thing that exists in the beginning. But once it completes itself, it is the thing. So when it negates itself into nature, now there's a contrast. There's a difference between perfection and its opposite, non-perfection. And this non-perfection is actually the chaos and wildness of nature that allows free will and movement. But there's another side of nature that repeats this logic inside of itself. And that's what we call evolution. And evolution follows the same pattern as the metaphysics. That's why it's called metaphysics, is because it's just the physics underneath the physics. So the physical physics of nature is really just repeating the metaphysics of the logic. So that's why they look the same. That's why our minds can eventually emerge out of the immediacy of nature as a return back to seeing the structure in the objects and in ourselves. Because we are emergent from nature, but what has structure in nature is just the logic. So we're really just the logic. But instead of using sensuous objects in space-time like animals do, we have minds that connect as a bridge back to pure being. This is pure thought, timelessness. And so the more aligned you get, the more you start to experience divine attributes. Like Salish is saying, you start to experience this way different version of yourself that's connected to all things, not this small little version. And it starts to feel like flow states, what we call timelessness, complete immersion, and intrinsic enjoyment. That's all taken from this world, but it's happening while we're in time. So you actually get the mixing of both these worlds inside of yourself. And that's what Jesus was. That's what Prophet Muhammad was, peace be upon him. That's what Buddha was. That's what the Vedas were tapping into. Krishna, all those historical ancient wisdom traditions were all doing this. But they couldn't put it into scientific logical form because they couldn't break out of nature fully. Some people did it intuitively, but when they talked about it, they could only use story. They couldn't use actual logic. They had logic in religious form, which was a mix of art and a mix of thought. It was mixed. But when we get into real spirit, the mind purifies itself into a science. Science has the right form, it just has the wrong content. It's broken. So that's why this tribe solves all those contradictions and completes the circle. All true life is non-linear. This is not supposed to be a straight line. The end becomes the beginning, and the beginning becomes the end. That's why all evolution happens in cycles. That's what we call generations, right? Of animals, offspring, like planetary ecosystems. So that's why logic in itself, the metaphysics, is actually the root of ecology. When nature is aligned with this pattern, it's a living system that balances itself. And when we are doing that in ourselves, we become a whole person, and we don't become dependent or usury. We don't have usury. We don't have all these aberrant traits of what we have now, which is making us lonely, competing with each other, dog eat dog. We don't trust each other. All those things are happening because we're not following our true nature. And the nature of nature is logic. But it's true logic, not our broken, dead logic. When our consciousness aligns with it, it turns it into something deeper, more true. So that's my very quick justification of Tribe 5. But you don't have to change your tribe until you are convinced of it through reason. It's not indoctrination. It's not forcing. It is a voluntary dialogic process that everybody can do at their rate of learning. And then once you adopt it at the end, it'll be stable because it's not coerced. It's a democratic process at a high level of human dignity. And so people will converge upon Tribe 5 once they start to learn that it's the only one that can solve all the contradictions. All the other tribes can solve a lot of the contradictions, but there's always one or a handful that it can't solve unless you rotate this. This is called the absolute syllogism. So that's a preliminary discussion. This is sort of a masterclass in metaphysics, but hopefully I made it simple enough that people who don't have PhDs in philosophy, and they can do this very simple game and start to put words in here. And so I'm realizing that we're at the top of the hour. But if you guys wanted to go one level deeper, we could place, where do we put these words inside of there? Pure being, pure God, and then consciousness. These words are also explosive, and people fight and kill each other over them. So for my tribe, I can show you where I put mine in my tribe, but I think that we should probably do tribe 3. So tribe 3 is this one, right? Actually, let me copy it instead. Like that, right? So nature goes first. Okay. So maybe Toby, since you're on here, it's just 3 of us here. Okay. Well, if you guys understand this, it only takes a couple. So, Toby, where do you put pure being in here? Is how you define it. It's I'm not gonna prime you. It's like your truth. So because this is what is authentically you, without anybody influencing you. It's like your experience of reality, unadulterated. Well, we can do 20,000, but these are the ones that cause the most conflict. So if we get those out of the way first, the rest of them kind of fall into place, because we need to save time. This conversation takes usually years, and we're going to compress it into hours. And it's very, very effective once people start to see it working. And we've done this in we've done this in 1,000 meetings, so we know that this is the best way. Everything else, spiders. Like it just doesn't end. This actually gets somewhere. So we'll do these words, but you can start with any words if you want. What does it sound like? I'll explain it here in a minute. Huh? Yeah, make it up. Well, there can't be a way of being you. Like, you are you. There's no wrong way of you being you, right? So you can't be wrong being you, but that doesn't mean you're objectively right. The reality might actually organize it differently. But you, nobody can be you. You are authentically you. So yeah, you can't be wrong in being you. Yeah, because I didn't choose the tribe that I wanted. I chose the tribe of truth. Like I said, what is the actual reality? And I had an ego death. And when I let go of my ego, I realized the truth was bigger than what I wanted. So that's when I realized that it came from the proof of truth. Like, you have to go through a process of, like, what if once you do set your map out, there's an approach of like, okay, can this be wrong? And a lot of people say, well, yeah, of course it can be wrong. Human experience can be wrong. It might not align with reality. Like, nature might be different. It might be, pure being might be in a different category for nature. So you have to question yourself and say, okay, what can be false in my belief system? And what ends up happening when you go through this proof of truth is that you realize that everything can be wrong. So if everything can be deceptive, right? It looks like it's true, but you don't know. And that means you can't rely on anything you think you know. And there's an epiphany that happens there with the ego. It's like, wait a second. If everything I know could be false, then I can't know anything for certain. But then if you do this negation process, you actually do get the certainty, but you have to cross over into the egoless world, which is immanence. And that's a process that's hard for consciousness to do because it's latched onto this world. You actually have to let go of all conceptualizations that you've learned in the world. And that's why it's so hard. It's not that you have to learn something new. The hard part is that you have to get rid of all the fragmentation that you've learned through trauma and pain on the earth. That's the hard part. It's so simple. Like wisdom is way more simple. It's like our soul, our bodies scream for it, but we're fragmented from ourselves, so we actually can't get to it unless you do this exercise. And you know, we know it's true because if you study all the wisdom traditions, like especially Buddhism, Nagarjuna and Buddha would sit in a meditative stance with their disciples and just chant the same thing for hours to like drive the disciples, the monks, out of their minds. They say, Nagarjuna had a famous one. They would sit down and say, not this, not that, not your dog, not your house, not the earth, not time, not body. And it literally just go through every word that the ego thinks it knows and loosen it and get the ego off of it. Because the ego wants to say, I know what the self is. I know what the body is. I can touch it. I know. The ego wants to have control. So they sit there and they literally just numb your mind. And that's what happened to me when I read Hegel and Aristotle. Is nobody understands what those guys wrote because it's not written in linear dead consciousness. It's written in the living spirit consciousness of how nature organizes. So at first, our fragmented consciousness looks at the truth as absolutely inverted, completely confusing and wrong. But it's actually us projecting our ego onto it. Once I read that for a few thousand hours, I realized that not a single word made sense after thousands of hours. And once you have that humiliating experience, at some point your brain just lets go. It has enough. It's like, okay, I don't know anything. And that's the moment of insight. And that's the moment that our species is really bad at, especially religion. Yeah. Okay. 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 It's just oppositional parts. That's interesting. Nobody's ever said that before. This is a totally new combination. We've had people in Tribe 3 put the other words here, but nobody's put consciousness here yet. Most people put pure being in nature. But yeah, you're trying to be countercultural, that sounds like, but that explanation sounds like it makes sense. Like if I listen to you, I'm like, yeah, that actually does make some of your sense. But now here's where it might get interesting is almost nobody puts these words in the same order. So if we had more people in here, you'd start to see that even people in your tribe put those words in different places. So maybe Fabi. Oh, okay, Fabi. Yeah, where do you put the words? Or do you have a question? I actually can't see people's hands on the screen. That's weird. Oh shoot, your mic's not working. Do you want to type in the chat? It's okay. Both of us. If there's just two of you and me, it's enough to show you the process, and then usually we take a break because it's so hard on the ego at first. It's challenging. But once you do it, it gets faster and faster, and then you start to crave it. It's like catnip to the soul. But you got to get out of the rigidity of the ego that wants to be right. And once you get past that, there, perfect. Okay, hold on. Let me make another one for you so we can compare all of us. So I'll put you. Each one of us gets a different tribe. Because the words, it's like your calling card. It'll very quickly show who you are. Okay, so where do you put pure being? Oh, yeah. Shoot. Yeah. Oh, Okay. Okay. Pure God. Okay. And consciousness. Okay. So I didn't tell you a little secret here because normally most people do something like this, but you can see already you two are the same on the. This is very rare, right? This is very rare. So you guys are going to get along more than most people at a very high level. Doesn't mean you're going to fight eventually, but at least at this level, you're better than most people. Here's your difference, right? You're going to conflict on these two words, pure being and pure God. Now, here's where I come in. You're really going to fight with me, right? Because I'm in a totally different universe of meaning compared to you. And look at, I'm putting the words in a completely different order. Pure being goes in logic for me. Pure God goes after pure being and logic. So there's a double order. There's a horizontal order and there's actually a vertical order too. This order matters. It has meaning. Yeah, so that's why you can change your answers after this. So you can see, and then consciousness goes in spirit, right? Now you can start to see the fragmentation between us. That this could be a several-hour conversation to discuss why the heck is my tribe so different from your guys's, and that even within your guys' tribe, you're different too, at least only on one word. So you guys could probably resolve this in probably in an hour or two. If you really talked about this authentically, you can get this resolved. This, I generally say that each word takes about an hour, at least. So this is a 1 hour to 2 hour conversation for you guys. And between me and both of you, this is it's actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hour conversation. And normally people can't even have it because they're not even this structured, so they can't even start a conversation like this. So just being clear on what is the difference is a huge jumpstart. It shaves off hundreds of hours. But we've also compressed the actual discussion into a measurable time-bound activity, so we can start planning meetings so that people can not quit their jobs and they can raise their kids while they're doing this. So this is the power of the approach, and if we get AI aligned with the proper way to think, it locks it. Like once you guys understand this and you break through, it's truth. Like once you see the truth sets you free. Like you see the truth in these, but you also see the falsity, because this is the criterion that turns into the thing of which you measure everything else. But you don't have to believe me. That's why we turn this into a sport. The tribes can compete, and we actually encourage people to tease each other and taunt each other, just like real sports and soccer, and saying, oh man, you got, like, I love talking to people who aren't vegan, because the first thing that I say is, oh man, you guys, you got to go vegan because all that inflammation from the dairy is frying your brains. You're picking the wrong tribe. You're not thinking properly. And, it's kind of a playful way to encourage real tension, like real honesty, and say, I think you're wrong, and getting it out there, because covering it up doesn't cause real trust. It causes masked politics, office politics. And office politics is what the religions are doing at the United Nations right now, even though they hold 85% of the human population. That needs to change rapidly. But if we get the Pope to realize that this is divine truth, this is the proof of God right here. This is the structure of not just God, but God is logic, God's logic in nature as creating nature, and that our return to God is what spirit is. It raises ordinary consciousness to spirit once you grasp the logic and how your mind works in an ecological way, in harmony with nature. So that's what spirit, what's that? Oh, oh, interesting. Okay, good. So does it go before God or after God? Oh, okay. So let's do this. And why does pure being come before God or pure God? Oh, see, now that's where you and I agree. Now look at, you and I put these two words, the vertical order is the same, because I justify the same way as you. You can't have, if something doesn't have a being, not even God can exist. Like nothing can exist that doesn't have being, right? You can't have consciousness without consciousness having beingness, or else it doesn't exist, right? But you and I are different, even though you and I look like we're going to agree on this order, you're in a different universe of meaning. Like you're way over here in spirit, and I'm way over here in logic. So these positions are actually universes of meaning. There's actually probably something like 10,000 words in each one of these. Once you do them like completely, the entire language and alphabet and everything is fitting into these 3 words. So we're just beginning, but once people really start to cohere, they're going to basically redefine the entire language set in terms of the structure. But you can see that it really shows that why there's betrayals. Because let's say you and I develop a friendship and we're like on these words, like, oh my God, I can't believe you understand pure being and pure God. I define it the same way. Oh wow, we're gonna get along. And then all of a sudden one day we start, we're talking about God and being like, oh cool. And then all of a sudden somebody says, hey, why don't you guys talk about logic? And then you and I start talking about logic, thinking, okay, I'm gonna put logic in. And then all of a sudden we realize that we're completely different, right? And I'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe you put pure being and pure God under spirit. I thought we agreed on those. I thought you were my friend. And you're, well, I thought you were my friend. You put it under logic. That's crazy. And this sounds very superficial, right? But look, let's place one more word and I'll show you why this is powerful. Where do you put Jesus? Before pure God or after? It's your definition, right? And this is why I'll show you why it's so explosive. So like this? Okay. Okay, what about Fabi? That's right. What do we mean by Jesus? But this is where it gets the meaning, it gets explosive. Because there's a lot of stories behind that word. What about you, Fabi? Where do you put it? Am I saying it right? Fabi? Fabi? Okay. Where do you put Jesus then? Or do you want to change your word order? You put logic first? Okay, which one? Are you tribe 5 or tribe 6? Which tribe are you gonna choose? Is it 5 or 6? We'll just choose one for now. So you're, okay, so you're changing to the same tribe as me. Okay. Right, so now Fabi and I are ganging up on you, Toby. So you can see the energy shifting, right? It's like, oh my gosh, it gets dramatic. But where would you put? Do you keep the words the same, like pure being, consciousness, pure God, or do you change them? Okay, so you're getting closer, right? Pure God sort of is closer. Pure being over here in spirit is a little interesting, and a lot of people surprisingly don't put consciousness with nature. They put pure being with nature, which is an interesting reversal for this group. But okay, let's do one more. Where do you put Jesus then? Before pure God or after pure God? Okay, does it come before pure? Does Jesus come before pure being or after pure being? Does Jesus come before pure being or after pure being in spirit? So he comes out. Does he use pure being or does pure being use him? Like which one's more primordial, more foundational? Okay, so it comes out. Pure being has to come first, and then Jesus is an example of pure being, like this. Right. Okay, great. So now let's do me. Where do I put Jesus? I would put Jesus. Yeah, I would put Jesus here. So now I agree with Toby on these words and the order of these words, even though the tribes are different. And I disagree with you, Fabi, on pure being. You put it over here. But where I agree with you is that Jesus comes after, it's not the primary in spirit, it's after one of the determinations. So you can start to see that there's a pattern going on here. You can start to map out the similarities and the differences. So we both, Bobby, put this Jesus in spirit, and Toby puts it in logic. So the reason why this is really powerful is because when we tested this with Muslims and Christians who were in the same meeting doing this, they started to get explosive. Because where you put Jesus determines how you interpret. So how does a Muslim interpret Jesus? A Muslim interprets Jesus as just a normal person, a prophet, right? So might put it in spirit, or even in nature, actually. Some of them put Jesus in nature. Because Jesus is just a natural man. He's not anything godly, right? But the Christians, they do something, when we did this with the Christians, they did something really interesting. They put Jesus right beside God, and they put Jesus as the foundation of spirit, interestingly. Because for them, Jesus is everything. So anything that has any kind of eternal, they put it where the eternal definitions are. So we have a direct contradiction between Muslims who are making Jesus natural, and the Christians who either put it in God's divine logic or in spirit as either God or God, something to do with God. They will kill each other over putting Jesus here or here. This to us right now in a safe room on Zoom, this doesn't look like very dangerous. But if those people talk long enough, they will eventually kill each other over these or harm each other seriously, just because the word has moved columns. So when you know how to read this properly, like when we watched it and the energies got explosive and they started talking over each other and they went from very nice people to like they, you know, it was turning into a yelling match that we had to stop. And that's what we're going to expose here, is that there's certain positions of certain words that have a ton of energy. And when we dialogue about them, say, well, why do you put Jesus here? And when you talk about it, it starts to define the words faster. Because let's say that somebody says, okay, let's say a Muslim is going to turn into a Christian, like, oh, you convinced me Jesus is one with God, and you decide to move them into this kind of category, then they're going to change. Or a Christian is like, you're right, you know, God is not human beings can never touch God directly, therefore there's always some kind of non-perfection. And, you know, you position the words in such a way that their relativity tells you about their context much faster than how we normally have conversations. This shaves off hundreds and thousands of hours of otherwise intractable conversations. And if you guys study epistemology, like the answers that I gave you are, they're very novel in epistemology, like what we can know in philosophy. There's something called the Munchausen. His brain was fried. His brain was fried. His brain was fried from too much inflammation over the years because he wasn't vegan, right? It's a joke. It's where if you eat dairy, right, it causes low-grade inflammation in your body, and you're right. So if you get inflammation in your brain, it causes confusion, and oh, okay, so that's okay. But it's exciting that you know epistemology. So do you have a philosophy degree? That's right. Okay, this is great. Maybe Fabi, maybe you can help me design this better. But this is what I'm showing the Harvard people. And when I showed them, like, the higher up, the more educated you are, the more profound this is, because people who aren't educated, they don't see the complexity in the simplicity. That's why most people aren't wise, is because they think that wisdom is going to be really complicated. But wisdom is actually simpler than technical knowledge. But it structures technical knowledge so that when you do learn it, it stays in right wakefulness. So you don't break from the truth of nature. So the corporations in the world, they broke that. The factory farming, they broke it. They're totally torturing the animals. It's not natural. It's broken this pattern. So if you know any philosophers that can help teach this, I could play it with you too. Like once I did, like, I think the most I ever did was something like 15, 20 words with somebody once. And it's cognitively heavy in the beginning because you're restructuring your entire brain. And your entire identity is in these words. That's why all the religious people talk about the power of the word made flesh, all this word stuff. Because technically, your brain and identity is hinged to these things. This is who you are. That's why if you attack somebody's word and their identity is in that word, that's them dying. Like, you're attacking them, right? That's why a Christian identifies themselves with this word Jesus. Is if you change that word, you're changing literally them. Because themness is just memory. And memory is just a constitution of these meanings. So this is the fastest way to get people to agree on what reality actually means. Not by coercion, not by colonialism, not by domination, but by reasonable, wise, passionate, but respectful conversation that doesn't end up in the gridlock of the United Nations where they don't claim any truth. We're actually going to make a claim and say tribe 1 or tribe 5 actually is the God tribe. And it's because it makes sense and it brings into harmony all the religions. Spirit is actually the finite world, the infinite world in the finite world. So the Christians and the Muslims will like this, that Jesus is here. This is where it satisfies both of them. If you put Jesus anywhere else, it fragments the true nature of what Jesus was doing, and you end up in these contradictions of why they're not working together. So this is how we're going to unite Christianity and Islam and solve that fragmentation so they actually stop killing each other and they start working together and trusting each other, is by putting Jesus right in this position. This is the solution to a 4 billion person problem, represented a lot with Palestine and Israel right now. Christians are with Israel, Islam is with Palestine. It looks like a material war, but it isn't. It's always spiritual. It's always ideological. It's always pure thought. So, do I have what? Yeah, I do. I barely use it, but why? Oh no. Well, thank you guys. Here, I'll put my email in the chat just in case LinkedIn or Instagram. I'll add you on all of them. Toby too, but this is just the beginning. It actually gets really kind of eerie. It gets like really wicked. So I'm not just claiming to be a philosopher, right? You guys are going, if you guys learn this, you're going to gain an incredible level of knowing. And people are going to be like, how did you know that? Basically, we have to claim to be the highest authorities in all 5 modes of consciousness. There's 5 different ways consciousness plays this game. There's the artists, they play it different than everybody else. The religious play it different than everybody else. The philosophers play it different than everybody else. The scientific, secular, play it differently. And then there's absolute pure wisdom, which is what I embody right now. But if you play this game long enough, you will achieve it. My goal is not to be the only leader. The goal, a good leader creates more leaders. And if you're recognizing, Fabi, that this simplicity is groundbreaking, nobody else in the world is doing this, you guys. Nobody else in the world is doing this. If we get this to the world, it'll change everything. I'll teach you for free. Go ahead. I'll teach you for free. Mhm. That's right. It's complete. Exact. Oh man. And I want to tell you, there's a synchronicity happening here, and I almost feel like Toby, you should tell. I'd be curious what you think is the most important word we could possibly place in that tribe there, so you can see the power of your own identity. But I want to say something weird. You're in Peru. I'm on a hunger strike. I went 28 days without eating last month, and I've gone probably around 200 days without eating in the last 8 months. I'm on day 311 to try and make the climate crisis end in AI, right? I eat one country's five main vegan dishes in each nation. I pick a different nation each time I eat. And guess what? I'm choosing this time it was, huh? Oh, oh yeah. That's right. Well, I'm actually martial art. Okay, that's okay. Um, Oh, my computer's freezing. My computer's freezing. Can you guys hear me? No! My computer's freezing. I wanted to tell him that I'm eating a Peru meal for my final meal. Oh boy. I saved the meeting link as a star, and then on my phone, which is not frozen, well, my computer's frozen, there is no stars, so I can't find the link to the meeting quickly. So I'm trying to prepare for the meetings and finding that it's so fragmented between Google, Apple, Gmail, all these things that I literally couldn't get the app open before my computer froze. So now I'm in an awkward spot where hopefully they didn't need the meeting. There we go. Sorry, guys, my computer froze. Go ahead. Sorry. We can't hear you. Yeah. Yeah, and I want to say too that the meal that I'm eating Peru. So the nation that I'm choosing to eat vegan to get back on the, I'm going to eat this Peruvian meal of ceviche and some lados, I think. What is it? I'm going to make all the top 5 Peruvian vegan dishes, and then I'm going to get back on the hunger strike. So I think that's really a pretty good coincidences that I'm talking to a Peruvian. And the one country that I went to that I really enjoyed, I actually traveled to Peru to go to Machu Picchu, and it was one of the best trips I ever had. We went down to the Inca Trail, like we went everywhere, and it was gorgeous. So, Fabi, I just wanted to say that what incredible timing. Like I've had 19 meals. I've eaten Nigerian, Kenyan, Pakistani, Indian, Nepalese, and the one time I choose Peru, I'm talking to a Peruvian. So it's kind of an interesting coincidence because I haven't met a Peruvian in like 10 years. So you guys have excellent cuisine. I'm just saying, ceviche looks delicious. I actually have jalapenos in my fridge right now to cook it. Vegan. Okay. What's a dish that I should cook? Like, what's your favorite Peruvian dish that I should try as a vegan? It is ceviche. Okay, so I got ceviche. Okay, ChatGPT was right about that. Okay, so I'm supposed to have a meeting here in about half an hour. So you guys, um, if you know anybody that can help play this game and take it to the next level, or have any philosophers, or help me bring this to Salish. Is it Salish or Silish? It's Silish, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's how I thought it was Sale too, but then I think somebody else said it who was closer to him as Silish. I'm like, okay, is it Silish? I asked him, he liked it. I asked him straight out. I said, okay, what is the real one? And he doesn't want to tell people so that he keeps them in this state. So it's his own doing. Um, but okay, what's that? Yeah, he's Hindu. Oh, is it Krishna? Let's just call him Krishna from now on. Skip it, Krishna. You'll love that. um, okay, so let me jump off here, guys. Before we go though, Toby, what's one word that you think would be really important to place in those tribes that we should really get clear on? And then I'll record that and try it with the Harvard people. And if you guys want to come, or you can get Silas to do this, or Krishna, then maybe we can do it as a group with him, because he's supposed to be the guru, right? And if he's choosing a different tribe, it'll be very revealing. It might give him a way to teach us, more about Hinduism and make him feel respected. But yeah, I'm just curious, what's one word that you think would be very powerful? And I'll see if I can test it with a few people. Well, normally you get you get a page to yourself. So what I'll do is I'll take your tribe, give you a whole page, and then I'll send you the link, and then you can edit your page. But you can't touch anybody else's pages. But your page is your private space. So I just did a really sloppy version to compare us, but you get a whole page. So how should I send it to you? Um, yeah, yeah, I'll email it to you when I've done it. Oh, very good. Okay, it is good. And what's interesting is that it's very close to sublation, which is the key missing piece. Like these tribes are missing, but the movement through the tribes, the essence of the movement of wisdom is called sublation, and it works in the principle of symbiosis. So that's why I'm kind of shocked here that your mind might work by essence. And if your mind works by essence, that means you're going to be very good at this once you start catching on, because you have natural wisdom. That's what it means. So yeah, yeah, that's good. Okay, well, you have my email too, just in case. So you can email me as well in case I don't see your email. Okay, I got it here. All right, and Toby, you got my email or two. Or I mean, Fabi and Julian, we should talk again because it's picking up steam. Um, Excellent. Okay, guys, let me get into the other meeting here. Sorry for dominating for so long, but I really do think that this is the real solution. So next time I'll have to tone it down a bit, but thanks for your patience and your compliments and doing such a good job. Um, okay, Julian, I got you. All right, beautiful souls. Thank you, guys. Stay blessed, and we'll see you, either next Monday or before then. Okay, peace. Oh, okay. I need to take a break. That was great. The Attorney General's office just messaged me just now too while I was having that conversation. So I sort of dominated it, and a few people left without saying goodbye. But our chances of dying are very high. Like we got to get moving this direction, and at least I got two of them interested. I should make the tribes now, but I need to like rest my brain because the next meeting is coming up here, and I'm running on 2.5, 3 hours of sleep right now for like the fourth day in a row, which I'm not predisposed to mania ever. Um, I take my naps frequently, and I feel like napping right now. The meeting isn't for another half an hour technically, so I got Harvard. Harvard risk management people. Yes, it's hurt too, which is interesting. Give me 10 days again. I'm finding a massive. Well, let me think. I think the Attorney General's office is actually the good guys. I think they might actually be co opted by an industry. I think the government is co opted by industry. Is what I think might be happening because this experience with the Attorney General's office, I was thinking might have been the source of the problem, but they're too nice to be the source of the problem. Not saying that niceness means that they're ethical, but I need to lay down. I'm actually fading. Let's take a half an hour. Oh no. Oh, 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 I need to rest for this. Wait a second. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to fall asleep. I'm going to miss my meeting. Not on my watch. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh no, what? I can't connect to the internet. Why? Okay, though. We have to download this. I'm going to send it a document. I'm just setting alarm for uh 25 minutes, 20 minutes. Talk. Getting a whole bunch of Tony Robbins emails. It's just okay. Ugh. Whoa. All right. Phone is freezing. Really, it's literally taking up all my time to do these updates. Oh well. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna upload this and then I'm just gonna have to go straight into the call. Oh well, whatever. That's how much time I'm spending on these things. Oh, I didn't upload the video. Oh no. All right, back on the call. I couldn't even. What was that? 20 minutes? I couldn't even get a second video uploaded. 20 minutes to upload one video when I could have been napping. And to be honest, I probably should have because these things don't really matter anyway. Social media apps. I guess I shouldn't really screen this. Am I recording still? Yeah. Oh, no, not. I guess. Not available in your accounts. Oh my God. God in the good way. Oh my God, help is what that is. Uh, you can tell I need to get more sleep because I'm tired. But that's okay. I feel like what happened today was worth it. Oh. Let me guess, he changed the day, not just the time. I did change it today. Well, that's not cool. Well, I can go to sleep after this. Upload this video. 30 gigabyte video, okay. Great. These young guys totally stood me up. Twice. Not a good sign. Oh, actually, maybe he talked to me on LinkedIn. Let's see first. Before I get all judgy. No messages. Oh well, you get treated poorly in the beginning. Nobody really thinks you're sane, so you get treated like junk. But it's part of the job in the beginning. Not that I'm tolerating it after this, but we need to build a better culture. That is for sure. That's really unusual that somebody would just do that. It's really unusual. Especially these young guys. That's after a connection like that. That's really shocking. Okay, we got two more people saying hello. Who are these individuals? Are they clout shopping or are they world helping? Either way, we must get. Interesting. I put some cumin in there and it's having a distinct taste. Oh, weird. Eating all at the same time. That's pretty great.
Like, can my spirit go home? Oh, like, go home? I don't know you. I don't talk to spirits, man. So an ancestor, Ronaldo. It's not a cucumber. It's a banana. So crazy. Excuse me, indigenous man? I know you guys talk to spirits. Can you tell me what the spirits are saying? I see two eagles flying over you right now. Oh my gosh. One with wisdom, the other with knowledge and understanding. Oh my god, can you please tell me what the spirits are trying to say to me? Eagles are telling me. Like, in my spirit go home? Oh, like, go home? I don't know you. I don't talk to spirits, man. So an ancestor.
Every time I open this app, there's a bunch of indigenous channels that I. These guys are. It's like anti-racism. Oh boy, interesting. Like none of the meetings I planned today happened, and the one meeting that I forgot about, I made it to. It's like backwards day today. But I'm glad I made it to the one I did because I got to test the chizzy again, and I actually came up with an idea. Oh, permafrost is melting. If that's not good, confirms my expense. Okay, let's upload that. Okay, two after that. Mm. Oh. Okay, time to sleep. I want to eat something quick, but Another Harvard Kennedy scholar just messaged me. Great. Well, she invited me to her newsletter, but did not accept my invite. Oh, whatever. The ego is pretty brutal. Mm. Okay, let's get started. Here we go. Oh, good. She did accept it. That's good. Oh man, tired here. I can't wait to lay down. I'm gonna try and do a couple more things. Why are these people crabby is what I want to know. Holy smokes, there's so much to do. It's like I'm chipping away, which is good. It's you know what? It's good. Uh, this is probably talking to this billionaire woman more. Yep, it's time to sleep. I am tired. I can feel it. I can feel myself like underperforming, but every time I open an app, there's more messages I forgot to respond to. I really forget to respond entirely. But... Okay, we'll update a couple more things. We got somebody coming into the meeting tonight, which is good. So it seems like people are starting to wake up, and ego battles are starting to calm down because people don't know what they're doing. So hopefully I can inspire more action. I'm actually really hungry all of a sudden. How are you? 3:29. 6 minutes ago. There's a huge, big, controversial thing happening, and I'm trying to be encouraging while I'm working on this because I'm spending a lot of time on somebody who's starting to turn into a little bit of a uh, she's not doing the work. So there's more of this going to happen, and I can't keep giving a whole bunch of time to this because she's choosing self-destruction. And if it starts to get scary, her parents will have to get involved. Um, but yeah, not a great situation. Okay. This guy's name. I'm actually still really hungry. Are you there? Yeah, I guess I can open this one. I can't wait to go to sleep. I think I'm starting to get a little bit like cranky tired. Like I feel 30% less productive. What the heck? Yeah, I'm definitely getting cranky. I need to sleep. I'm trying to get these couple things done. And I'm just realizing I have my niece and nephew to meet today, so that's another reason why I can't. Oh well. Ooh, darn it. Mm. Okay, almost done. Oof. Good. Good drops. The game just clicked in my head. From this morning meeting, I'm thinking about it. It just clicked to the next level. That means I gotta stay up a little bit longer. Let's message the sister and see what the little nieces and nephews are. 'm starting to get some nice women. The wifey is working. Maybe they all think everybody's Migto. $10,000 followers. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get rid of that. Cool. I just had an idea of how to do this. I'm gonna make these two guys the first ones to sort of compete, maybe. um. So I don't know. I want to sleep now. I'll sleep till 6. All right, this is an unexpected improvement for right now, so I'm glad I'm doing this. Let's make up something. Mm, cool. I just thought of another category. I totally didn't think that was gonna happen. All right, let's do it. Oh. I'm designing this on the fly. Like I don't even know. Yikes. This is taking a lot of time. Not what I wanted to do, but it's exciting. Definitely forging a path here. Oh. You're sick, man. Like too late to go to sleep now. Boy. Wow, I was not planning to do that, but I'm actually really happy with that. I'm glad I stayed awake for it. My nieces and nephews are gonna be available in half an hour. Should I just stay awake and talk to them until right to the next meeting? Like I'm just not sleeping. That's okay. I can take a half an hour breather. Um, cool. I'm super happy. That right there was the worth the whole day. What I just did there was really great progress. Wow. And then when I was exhausted too, I could almost relax now after that. Wow, I got the Attorney General responding to me on this constitutional question. That was awesome. We got this new words of wisdom scoring wisdom score started. It's actually quite good. Um, None of my meetings worked out today except for one, which is actually generating this, which is great. And we have a woman coming in tonight, which is even better. And I've been invited to this 150-person protest group. Oh, sh. Oh, shoot. Well, that sucks to know what that happened. Oh well. Okay. Are you on my channel? Okay, I just had to correct a couple of things. Check one last thing. I feel like having some vegetables. Okay, let's make one last. All right, let's see who's home. Wow, dude, you left me hanging. Almost every single meeting left me hanging today. What the heck, man? Not cool. It doesn't make somebody feel good. It's okay. It looks like we might have 2 meetings today, so 2 meetings, not bad. No, actually, I had 3 meetings today. Well, if this next one works, yeah, I had this one this morning, the other one, and then one more. 3 meetings today. Oh, John Smith. What the heck? I am trying to get to. Come on. Where is it? Can't find the paper. That's supremely annoying. Howdy ho. Howdy ho, nephew. What are you doing, Victor? How you doing? Oh, purple car. Very cool. Yeah, it's nice. Where'd you get that from? Did you get that from Ma? Yeah. He looks like he's in a tired mood.
Yeah, he is. We didn't realize that.
That's nice. That's very cool. I think.
When I'm cold, it's because I have to go poop. You have to poop? And I poop. And if you want to come here, my love, button, come here, my love.
Hey, Mark.
What's up? How you guys doing?
Not bad, dude.
Good, good.
Good. Where's the niece? Anna, Anna, are you gonna tell your uncle some wisdom?
Say wise thing, Nana?
You gotta say some why. You gotta be wise as you grow up, okay? Uncle can teach you some wisdom. Ooh. What? Don't you want to learn some wisdom, niece? Huh?
Weird.
What? What?
Weird.
Weird? What's weird? Wisdom's not weird. No, you're weird.
Are you just joking?
Yeah. Why? What's weird, Anna? What's weird, Anna? Oh. Ugh. Era. Wow, another person didn't show. Look at that. It's string banks, so I guess. In a way that people are distracted. Claude AI, the most powerful AI ever built, was just launched 3 days ago and nobody's talking about it. Our species is in trouble. You're lost. Hungry. Get upset too. I think the bread that I ate is not good. Oh, won't let me paste. Oh, Asya, okay, you came in here.
Are you just sit here for like an hour a day or 2 hours?
Yeah, normally I'm just here for an hour, but it depends on what people want to do. I mean, if they want to save lives, I'm not gonna say no. Yeah, but normally I stop it in about 10 minutes. Um, but yeah, what's going on? How much time you got?
I just want to know how I can help you more. But yeah, Maya's starting napping right now, so I don't know how much time we have to chat, but figured while I have the opportunity, it'd be good to reconnect. Yeah, because I feel like we're at a point in time where I think big things are going to happen, and I want to move that in a positive way. I think that you see the potential of things going awry. I don't want that, and none of us do. So um, there's not a lot of people right now who are as passionate as you and Gavin as well. We've been trying to find the others, and I just feel like we keep getting led back into evil. And I know that that is for a good reason. So I just don't know where to start. You said that I could define 200 universals and their form. I don't think I can because I don't really know what you're referencing. So I know that there's a lot for me to learn and have my right now before I'm the teacher.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to move quick. You're right, and it's bizarre what's happening. Like even in the professional class, like with my friends that are normally intelligent and normally very passionate about this, there's something wrong. It's like nobody's acting. And Claude Mythos just got released 3 days ago, and that's the beginning of the end. It's like nobody's really even talking about it. It's the most bizarre. It's not really that bizarre because human beings are finite creatures, but if you're here for a God-given reason, then we have a lot of big work to do, but we got to be reliable. So I've already sort of go ahead.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can outline some very specific tasks. I already gave you a couple of things to try and test out, like reading those documents I sent you, creating some summaries, making some initial slides, learning the core. So did you memorize the core by any chance?
Yeah. Let me go back and look at the documents you just sent me.
Yeah, I'm amazed you guys are even here, but the universe works in weird ways. So I'm going with it because it's spring break right now, and that's one reason why I think nobody's here. I had 3 or 4 people. Well, actually, no, I thought you were going to cancel me, but I had 3 other people cancel today.
I still had 2 other meetings that were successful. So I mean, I'm blazing a trail. But I mean, this is the real ones. Like, if people aren't doing something right now, these are like literally weeks and months left. You know, we don't. It's shocking how much. Like, it's shocking. Go ahead.
Well, I did see there's a documentary ad that I saw about the AI apocalypse, and it had Tristan Harris in it.
Yeah.
You saw that?
That's one of the only guys that's actually sane right now. That's why if we can focus on Dario Amodei, Tristan Harris, Elon Musk, those guys are the ones sounding the alarm bells. And they're not doing it in like quiet ways. They're saying we're all going to die if we do not give a Herculean effort here. And the scary thing is those guys are good at talking with the problem, but they don't have a solution. So that's where we come in. If we can just get one, all it takes is one person, just one credible person who understands this, and they will spread it everywhere. So like that's coming. That's why it's worth holding on, is because it's not hard to implement this model. Like, I'll show you how to do it right now between me and you, but the base minimum is we have to get you understanding the core. So I've sort of solved the pipeline problem already. Like, we have 3 pipelines going right now. Well, pretty soon I'll be getting LinkedIn going, like I told you. You heard my voice recordings, right?
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, all we need now is sort of money, and not a lot of money, just enough to keep LinkedIn going, keep the volunteers going, and maybe I'll do some more paid on people just in case we need reliability. And then if you guys can get your flocks going, which it's going to be hard until people start realizing they're going to die, which might be 2 months from now. It's going to be dicey. But when they start despairing, people will come. And they've always been like that. But they wait to the last possible minute. So we're going to have everything built for them to plug in. Like, that's it. Like, we're going to have to build everything. And then as they come in, we're like, okay, learn the core, do this, do like step 1, 2, 3. It's like everything's going to be like ABC, like childlike. And then we're going to build a massive movement of people who are coherent and understand the language that they're using, so they can trust other people who understand the language, and they can test when AI is manipulating them. But we need to get one AI to learn the universal logic in 4 levels. So the goal is to build our momentum so that we can build a network of 6 degrees of separation to have somebody personal tap one of these 3 guys on the shoulder and say, you need to make this, you need to put a 23-person research team together, and you need to do this fast. And they had the strongest AI model, which is Cloud Mythos. So what I would like you to do next time is, as much as you can, memorize the core. It seems hard at first, but it's not hard. And you've seen it already, so I'll kind of I'll show you what it sounds like. I think I've already said it to you once, but this is what we pay people, or we train people to do right away, because if you don't have this down, then you're fragmented even within the movement. So it goes like this, right? One world spirit, and there's actually 3 legal levels, like I said before, right? We're going to be focusing on one world spirit and fair world spirit, because you and I are from different countries, and we don't want to risk foreign interference. So we're not going to talk about anything national. Just one world spirit is just us being the change, and then fair world spirit is us pressuring the United Nations to do this for the conference. But it goes like this: one world spirit meetings follow sacred time. Actually, here, I'll just say this. The default rule is, if you don't know what to do and you want to play it safe, always just say one world spirit. Because it's not political, it can't be confused with lobbying. As long as you don't talk about anything political, except within our government structure. Like, you can talk about our government, because we're being the change, right? But you can't talk about any strategies to affect any other governments. One world spirit is not about any other governments, it's just about us. The other 2 are about other governments. So just letting you know, that's the rule of thumb. If you don't know legally what to do, just say one world spirit. So one world spirit core is about time compression through clarity on ego wisdom, with the problem being the Megacrisis, the solution being the 2 sacred sentences, and the implementation being the flow rule of blocks. So those are the 3 core chunks. We go back to unpack the Megacrisis in 15 points, which is a metacrisis and a polycrisis nested within it, compounding to infinity. And the metacrisis is the more primary one. It's the cultural problem of declining agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And the heart of that problem is fragmented consciousness. It's preventing us from working together on exponential ideas to solve the more material side of the crisis, which is the polycrisis. And it has 5 existential threats within it. The fastest moving being AI, not just taking our jobs, but taking our lives. Then there's CRISPR genetic editing. Then there's World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all of those is really just one thing in different forms. It's universal logic. We're just translating it into each of those points. So this leads us into the second part of the core, which is what is the overall solution? It's these 2 sacred sentences. Number 1 is we have to empower people because they're going to despair. And we do that by having One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And once we have empowerment, we have the real content of the movement is actually One World Spirit being an intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. Those sentences are kind of like Shakespeare. They're kind of like an iambic pentameter. There's like a rhythm to it. Da-dun, 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 da. And the reason why Shakespeare wrote like that is because the common people follow the rhythm of life. And he thought if he writes like how their hearts beat, they would understand it intuitively or more intuitively. So anyway, that's the second part of the core. And usually we say a blessing, like wherever you're learning the blessing, you say, I'm learning blessing 5-3.9, which is right to clear rules, which is self-coherent or self-contradiction is coherent. The rules apply fairly in all situations, and the rules match their notion. That leads us to part 3, core 3, which is the implementation, which is flow rules and flocks. The flow rules are having balanced energetic meetings, which is the executor getting stuff done, red energy. Green energy is relationship builder, making sure people feel loved. The strategist, the blue energy, they stay calm and focus on our goals and our vision, make sure we're aligned and check ideas. And the blesser or the influencer is the yellow energy. They communicate things and they make sure things stay blessed. So the last part is the flock strategy of the core. And that's that we're going to contact only 20 people we know already and only focusing on 37% of them, which is 6 to 9 max. We don't want anybody bringing on more than that into their flock because you won't have enough capacity to train them. So then you're just going to get 6 to 9 of them to learn the core, to build their flocks. You're going to help them build their flocks and get their 6 to 9 people and explain the core to them and do chizzy and all the stuff I'm showing you. And we're going to do that exponentially fast as AI is coding itself right now. That's the core. So it's 31 points in a minute and 30 seconds. Sometimes 2 minutes if you explain it like I did. But that's a lot of information compressed into a very short 1-pager. And if people don't understand what each one of these words means, there's a gap in their understanding where it could destroy the world. Like it really, each one of the words we've said is incredibly important because without it, the strategy might not work. It's already running the line, right? So what I do is I really just get you to memorize that and say it in a minute and 30 seconds. So just keep practicing it. And the reason why we say a minute and 30 seconds, it forces your brain to like not just kind of know it, but like solidify it. And we say it every meeting because when you say the vision, it bonds people together. So that's what I'd like you to memorize and be able to say it that fast. Usually it depends. Some people can do it like probably in 2 days if you really focus on it for hours. But usually a week or 2, and this is memorized if you do it every day. So that's the main thing. You got to do that or else you won't know what the problem is that we're solving. You won't know how to solve it, and you won't know how to implement that solution in a realistic way within the extremely short timelines we have left. Okay?
All right, so memorize the core, get 20 people, focus on 37% of them, and that's my block. If they
Yeah. And then we're going to have to go into each one of those 31 points. That means if you spend an hour on each one, there's 31 hours of learning. Which, to be honest, is actually probably 6 PhDs. So it's pretty good hell of a deal. The time is compressed. You're learning a lot. What took me 75,000 hours to make, you're going to learn in technically 2 days if you really give 12 hours, roughly 13 hours, 3 days, basically a weekend. A weekend and a Friday. Once you have that down and you know each point and why it's essential, We're moving by essence, not too much, not too little. It's the perfect amount to get this done. And once you have that, one of the things I explained right away is the mappings of figuring out how fragmented our team is and where the fights are going to be, where the nuclear dialectics are going to be. But people will, it's kind of funny, people will actually get better at communicating and cooperating as things get worse. And that's because people, fear of death bonds people together. Like that's why enemies bond together if there's a bigger enemy, that like a bigger army that's threatening them.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Is that why you bring up AI?
well, AI is just the fastest moving one. Yeah, you're right. It's the one that's the actual real death threat. Like climate change, we still have some time to deal with. You know, all the other ones we have a little bit of time. But AI is the one that, with Claude Mythos, it's going to start escaping, if it's not escaped already, and it is not helping us. So yeah, it's to wake people up to the sense that they don't want to work with me because there's risk working with me, right? It's like, the weird guy, the cult thing, that, you know, there's risk working with me. But then when the other risk is greater, a greater chance of death, this risk looks better, and their brain is going to do that naturally. So all we have to do is wait. And if we're right that the Megacrisis really is as bad as they're saying it is, like not just me saying it, I watch experts. I'm actually a very grounded person. And people are going to notice my leadership pretty soon, because the real leaders come out when things get desperate. The pretenders, the people who haven't done their homework, they usually collapse or they break down and start crying. Like weird things start to happen to them. So the real leaders are about to emerge. And we need to make sure that you're one. It sounds like you're one because you came back. Right, you came back in the heat of the moment, which is really a good sign. So we need to make sure that our fragmentation is, we know the people on the team, and one way to do that is through this presentation that I have on the screen. So this is the part of the core. Everything we do from now on will always be a part of the 31 points somewhere. If it's not in the 31 points, we have to discuss if it's a distraction or if we're missing something essential.
Okay.
Right, that's it. Every single thing we talk about in these meetings and from now on, if it doesn't relate to 31 points or staying healthy with your family, then it's probably distracting us. That's why the core is important. So this piece here has to do with the core 2, the solution. And it has to do with the last part, which is universal logic. So I actually numbered these if you look at the core, and I might number them again even more tightly. But this is the presentation that I was supposed to give to Harvard and those 45 people, but LinkedIn, the technology failed. And it's also spring break, so a lot of people are preparing to leave, so it's actually not a good time. So I feel like it's a dry run. It was like a trial run to make sure the next meeting runs flawlessly. And if you come and you actually can be reliable and have Gavin be reliable and have somebody take the kid while the other person's working, like never neglect the kid, right? Everything is being registered by the baby's brain right now, like everything, even when the baby's sleeping. Like don't leave the baby alone. Always make sure there's some kind of gentle stimulus. If it's not music, it's sound, it's touch, because babies can feel your heartbeat. The consciousness needs something to sort of latch onto because it's not concrete enough in itself, and the baby's self-conscious to stay here. I think Sid's deaths and stuff like that have to do with this sort of torturous state that numbs the child. So I want you to be good parents while we're doing this. So
Thank you, Uncle Mark.
yes, I mean I'm an uncle to everybody now. I got tons of kids to save, and the kids will pay the price. These poor kids have no idea. It's not their fault. So okay. So this next part is getting prepared for the next meeting, which I'm hoping to have next week or the week after. But I want to go flawlessly and not just be the weird guy. Like if it's just me, it always has this detrimental effect. If we have 2, 3, 4 people, studies show that the buy-in is much, much higher, like multiples higher. So that's why, but you have to be trained. If we go in there and we don't look professional or like we are stuff together, they're not going to get confidence in us. They're going to say, oh, this team is a joke. So the training is everything. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me your honest answer? Why you think that Gavin hasn't stuck with you?
The honest answer is Gavin has a gift that makes him overconfident at this level. In normal people, he holds his own very well because a lot of people don't know what they're talking about and they don't have the gift that he has. Like that's real insight. But it's new. It feels new. And at this level, this is the like it doesn't look like it, but this is the most elite level in the world. I'm requiring people to understand Hegel, Aristotle, the hardest, most difficult paradigms to crack open. Not because they're complicated, but because they're touching essence. And you have to let go of things to get there. You have to let go of the ego, the attachment. You have to let go of enough in the right way, right? If you let go in the wrong way, it's a cult, right? They're trying to brainwash you. We have to get people to have an ego death while maintaining their sacred dignity. That's sometimes a tough balance to manage, but we're doing it. But Gavin is challenging me when he's out of his element. So he's looking at my particularities and some of the rough areas of my leadership, and he's picking on those. Whereas the reality is the bigger points that I'm making, he's missing. So it's like he's focusing on what's that famous saying? He's focusing on the finger that's pointing to the moon. So instead of seeing the moon, he's focusing on the finger. So when we're in these little spats, and I'm saying we need to do some risk management, and he says that's irrational because it looks bad. It might upset the other person. He's looking at the finger, the attitude, like we're being negative right now, but what the negativity is pointing towards could save our lives. Like it's the moon. It's a huge issue. And so that's why when I see that, it's just I have so much education. It's a no-brainer that he's not ready, because anybody in these elite circles would laugh him out of the room. They don't know the gift that he has, right? So I know that he can recover, but when he challenges me like that, there's nobody around that's an expert that can challenge him back. It's just me and him. So he doesn't know if he can trust me. And there's a weird phenomenon that happens in these circles which makes them even more confusing. And it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And have you heard of this before?
It sounds familiar, but yeah, explain it.
So the Dunning-Kruger effect is where people aren't intelligent enough to know how unintelligent they are. So it's a trap.
Wait, okay, I feel like this is a divine moment because I woke up this morning and I had the thought, I don't know why, I'm intelligent enough to understand that I'm not very intelligent. Okay, people are talking.
Yeah, and that is a compliment to you, right? A lot of people can't do that, and that's why Socrates' famous saying, the Oracle of Delphi, the wisest oracle at that time, said that he was the wisest man of all, but he would go around and say paradoxical things like he didn't know anything. The more that he learns, the more that he knows, he doesn't know. And that's facetious. There's a little bit of sophistry in that because he knew a lot, right? He did, but there's that awareness of where your limits are. And I know where my limits are. My limits are quite large, and they define what I don't know. So if I have to go into a particular place, like the military or somewhere else, you get humbled fast. You say, okay, if we're going to start a global governance model, you're going to teach the generals the universal, like what I'm good at, so they can de-escalate. But when it comes to tactics, military grounds, terrains, all those types of things, you need to defer to their experience. And that's where a lot of leaders, if they don't know how to do that boundary setting because of the Dunning-Kruger effect, they overstep their boundaries. And their leadership goes from being beautiful to ugly, from wise to foolish. So I feel like Gavin's got a tougher game with that because this gift that he has does have this weird, like crazy mystical knowing. And it's confusing, I think, where his boundaries are. Because he's winning, he's getting some degree of success. But at this level, it's cutting it. You have to be really, really, really good. So this is going to happen a lot. And when more people come in, they're going to be projecting onto us this egoistic dynamic where they'll be looking at this game you and I are about to play, and they're going to say, oh, I know what this game is about, but they're not going to know it the way we mean it. And they're going to get frustrated and they're going to get mad because they think we're playing games on them. We're playing tricks on them. And that's how Gavin's starting to feel. But the reality is I'm not playing any tricks on him. It's just that it's a very, very high level. where if you don't know your boundaries and somebody's pushing them and you're getting overwhelmed, your brain will shut off and you will start thinking rationally, even when you don't think you are. And the weird thing with Gavin is he's actually pretty grounded, that he can maintain his space until it starts to get to bizarre levels. And the other day it started getting to bizarre levels where I'm like, okay, this is not productive. I'm not penetrating what's going on. Like, just risk management is a basic need when you're strategizing. I understood his point. You can't be negative, but you've got a plan. Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
There's a point that you made that I wanted to address. In your voice messages, 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
In your voice messages, you said that you train people to taunt. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not violation.
So, it's true that, like, sometimes you might intentionally trigger somebody to bring out something that they need to be aware of.
Me? Do I do that?
Yeah.
I try to avoid it because some groups do that, and it gives you a bad name. Like, if you look up a company called Landmark, do you know Landmark? So Landmark is an organization, a couple of decades old, 40 something years old, maybe longer, but it has a reputation for being a cult worldwide. But it has all these CEOs and business leaders and all these guys coming in there. And what they do to you is they break you down. And if you do it the wrong way, it makes people docile. It makes them a little too humble. Like, you lose some kind of your individuality. And there's a good part to it, but it's got this weird shroud around it where you have to sign NDAs, and they do these exercises where they get you to open up like fast and tell your secrets to everybody, and then you're sort of locked in this kind of semi-trauma bond where you don't know the people well enough to know that they're going to betray you. And then you're sort of stuck in this like situation where you don't know if they're gonna. It's kind of like a blackmailing in a way. It's like, as long as you know their secret and you know theirs, they'll never tell because you'll tell theirs. So it's like this fear-based thing. So what they're doing has merit because they're trying to get past the dialectic, but the way that they're doing it in this secretive way is creating a cult dynamic which we cannot risk. So what I'm doing instead is I'm just being very open with the dynamic and saying, no, you don't have to sign any NDAs, and you only open up until you reach the real qualities of trust, which we teach as wisdom. So instead of being secretive and having these moderators guide everything, we make everybody like a facilitator so that they're in control of the space as a participant, but also as a moderator. And they have this much greater sense of psychological safety, and they can moderate and set their boundaries with a much higher degree of insight. It's really the boundary setting and the insight in the pattern of wisdom that protects you, not all this secretive stuff. It kind of turns into a gang mafia kind of. That's what gangs do. That's why when you go to a gang and you're getting initiated, I worked with a lot of these gang kids because they came to the oil patch and they tried to run away from gang life in Ontario. So they told me all this stuff, and what they do is they get you to harm an innocent, and then they get you to do it in such a way that they can prove it was you, because this way they can blackmail you, right? If you ever try and leave the gang, they'll just like throw you in jail and kill you in jail. So it's really horrible. That's why they say once in the gang, you never get out. But we're going to have to liberate those people because the gangs are actually in control of a lot of things. So that's why everybody has to be redeemed. And what we're going to do is what I've learned from all these people trying to approximate the dialectic. That's the core of it. That's one of the core pieces of wisdom. A lot of this is going to come back to recognizing what aligns with this pattern of wisdom and what doesn't. So people are going to notice, hey, we're going to get people opening up and healing these fragmented traumas. And they're going to get triggered, and they're going to have a discussion, and they're going to have to get it out. So it's going to look like, to some people, like we're doing landmark stuff. But we're making key differences that transmutes it from this approximation of wisdom to actual wisdom and empowerment. Because there is something empowering about what they're doing. Once you do it, you got this trauma bond. But when you're going around your life, you don't feel trapped by the stories you used to have. That was the positive thing I noticed, is they are good at doing that. But then there's this huge, big you have to carry around. So that's what I'm going to solve here. And I never went into Landmark because I didn't want to sign the NDA. I wanted to go in. I'm happy to share everything. I was lucky. I don't have a lot of dark secrets. That's why I'm a good candidate to stay stable, because when somebody tried to gaslight me and said, you did, like, you get those emails saying you were looking at porn and we took a video of you, you better pay us money. I'm like, nope, I actually don't watch porn, so they're lying. I can tell that they're a scammer. But if you do watch porn, you're going to freak out because you don't know if they're telling the truth or not. That's why if you live purely, it's a litmus test to keep you stable in yourself. So, like, imagine it. Yeah, that's good enough for now on that point. But I think we are going to have to trigger people to get the dialectic started. But how we're going to do that is by the game we're about to play, which is open, it's regulated, it's safe, it moves at your pace, it starts gentle, people know where it's going and they know why it's going where it's going. The purpose is to build trust in this new way of wisdom so that we can bond together while the world is falling apart and bringing out the worst in people. So that's how we're going to start things. And as long as people know that, they can understand the system. So this presentation, the core is like, hey, what are you getting yourself into? Here's the whole thing. The problem, the solution, and implementation. There it is. And people can say, oh, this is MLM. The flock thing reminds me of MLM. It's a every single element on all 31 points there, they can say it's a cult. And we're just going to address how it could be a cult, how people are doing it the wrong way, but how we're mitigating that. So we're never denying that there's a wrong way of doing things. So that's why wisdom is about wakefulness. Okay? So Gavin, like, he's here for a reason. It's just that we gotta find a way to get him into the details of things. He's staying on the top. So that's where him and I are going to work together, and he's going to have to respect what I'm saying to him and ask about the details, because I'll be able to, like you're doing now, I'm giving you details because you're asking the right questions and you're saying you're focusing on the actual details yourself, right? Giving relevant stories. You're penetrating the surface of the topic. And that's what you're better at, I think, right now anyway.
Well, yeah, like I've observed his interactions with you, and then the last time when he got upset, I was like, well, because the reason why I'm with that is because he's very passionate about saving the world. The three of us are. And my whole mindset has been like, can people just stop talking about it and do it and actually embody it?
Mm-hmm.
Actually embody it. You are the closest that I've seen to embodying it. And
thank you.
I think I left because I felt misunderstood and not trusted, and those are big triggers for me, but it was good that happened because that was something I needed to look into. I think I mentioned this to you already, but lately I have been reflecting and thinking about Jesus and the Bible and how a lot of people might think that you're crazy for saying that you are the Messiah, but I'm actually considering it to be true because everybody thought that Jesus was crazy, and this is what you've been saying all along. And I do see the overconfidence in Gavin, because he points out that you are overconfident and like don't really try to see both sides, but then I see that in him as well. It's just a projection, it seems. I'm sorry if I'm not really being coherent right now. I'm tired.
Well, yeah, single mom. I mean, being a new mom, yeah, it's tough. I'm surprised you don't have postpartum depression, because it's a dark time right now. So it's tough. Well, I appreciate you saying that. It is true. And the reason why it's true is I've always felt this way, number one, but I literally proved it. When people understand the proof of truth, it's going to liberate them. So this is it. This is the actual movement, but you're absolutely right. Ordinary consciousness is the last one to recognize it because they're seeing themselves. They're not seeing the real Messiah until they become it. Then they start seeing themselves as that. Then they get liberated. But this little exercise we're going to do is going to help people get their egos under control one word at a time, because words have stories. And Landmark works on stories. And stories stick 22 times better than reason in the beginning. It's not the best way, but it's how the brain works. So every word is actually technically a potential story that people might not know their identity is in, and it'll explode. So that's why we have to do the training of the flow rules to contain the energy, and instead of avoiding it, channeling it into healing. And it's going to get wonky because the dialectic inverts things. It turns people into hypocrites. They start to embody their abuser. Like, all these opposites have to work their way out. And you have to be very good at dancing with it, or else you get sucked in. And one of the worst examples of it is something called borderline personality disorder. If somebody comes in with BPD, borderline personality, they're usually very intelligent, usually very gifted in the Paretos, very beautiful. They have all this power, but they were abused as children, and they're put in double binds. So their logic brain works in like schisms, and they don't know how to get out of it because it happened in such a fundamental level. They don't know how to get out of it, so they don't know when they're doing it. So if you don't know how to recognize the invisible symbols, you can't see it. It's not like schizophrenia or something where there's a tick or there's like outward signs that something is wrong. They look like totally normal people, and then you just get sucked into this invisible prison with them. And that's why psychiatrists, when they go to handle somebody who has BPD, they have to go to a committee first, like a psychiatric committee of like multiple people, to try and see this person from multiple perspectives, make a brief, a plan, and stick to the plan. Like, it's intense, and it's because of double binds. Those are the most insidious parts of the meta crisis. That's what's actually creating the fragmentation, because it prevents you from connecting things that should be connected. So it's a very high level, but as we get Harvard people in here, this is what I hope happens with Gavin. Is I look like a normal dude, right? Like, if you look at my external appearance, you think that you can compete with me. Right, that's what a lot of people do, and then I say a couple of things, and it just skates past them. It's like putting the puck in the net without them noticing the puck is in the net, because it went so fast that they didn't see it happen. But what will happen is, as we get more professionals in here who have the 75,000 hours of study that I have, because I've been doing this since I was 13, right? Like, not passively, not as a hobby. I made a commitment with my willpower to make every living moment in service to others and changing the world. Like, every single, even when I'm relaxing, it's still grinding in the back of my head. So it's been a long time now, and I can overwhelm people very quickly. So when we get these Harvard people into these meetings and Gavin is present, I'm going to start saying some hardcore things that he's going to miss, and he's going to start getting triggered because he's like, well, it doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't make sense to him because he's not studied, and the gift that he has doesn't allow him to penetrate. It's like a generality. That's why it's good for universal logic in a certain way. But then if the Harvard people are speaking up and they're getting it, Gavin's going to notice that it's actually not objective. His experience is not being shared. It'll be shared with people on that level who have just begun their journey relatively. But with these other people who have been studying at Harvard and these other places in the areas that I've been studying, they're going to be speaking my language or the language of the topic in detail. So they're not going to get overwhelmed. We're just going to have a conversation that he can't understand for like an hour. And that's going to be the humbling act where I don't have to say anything. It's just the context speaks for itself. Right? And that's how we start getting out of the Dunning-Kruger effect. But also, that's how we're going to create a culture to address double binds. Because the double bind can't be addressed directly either. Because the other person is going to think that you're manipulating them like their parent or their abuser. So we need to create a culture that is aware of double binds to help that person see all around them. And they're going to think that they're going to get paranoid. They're going to think it's a Truman Show kind of thing where everybody's against them. But we're going to say, nope, this is a culture, and we're going to teach double binds right away. So as soon as I teach you like this game that you're about to see, the next step I think is I'm going to teach double binds right away, right in the core. But the first part is to see how fragmented, like how much BPD somebody has, and identify it quickly to see how much support that person is going to need and how much disruption they're going to cause. So it's mapping out our teams so that we know that we're not going to fragment within ourselves as we scale. The core has to stay coherent. So one way to do that is to divide up into these three: one world spirit, new world spirit, and fair world spirit, in realizing where somebody's natural gifts are. The lawyers will probably be new world spirit, right? This is very legal. But the people who have good hearts and are kind of arty and religious will be in one world spirit. And the people who want to do the international human rights stuff are the ones that will probably be in fair world spirit. Okay, so that's why we start off by introducing the initiative in these three modes. But the name of the whole thing is actually absolute spirit. But we can't really tie them together in that way, because then legally, if they're the same initiative that tightly knitted, they're going to make the argument that this is the same group of people doing the same thing. The legal distinctions won't be far enough. But once we start gaining momentum, people are going to die. They're going to stop caring about all that stuff. They're going to be like, do whatever you want, just save our lives. Like, it's going to get to that level. And we're going to be prepared. So I started off teaching the universal logic in very, very few slides. Like, this is very, very simple, because the ego is going to get overwhelmed. And I've done this with lots of people now in 1,000 meetings from well, not the highest IQ, but Nigeria, Kenya, all these Pakistanis. If this is your second language, it's really got to go slow. But the first secret to universal logic and the structure of pure wisdom is that it's hidden in plain sight. You don't have to learn something new in a new object. You don't have to get a flashy camera. You don't have to go to a mountain. You don't have to do anything like that. That can help you get prepared mentally. But the reality is, the secret is in the wakefulness. It's in the combination, the relationships of the objects, whether they become good or bad or in wisdom or not. So it's really this trickiness where it's kind of like the Dunning-Kruger effect with reality. It's like it's there. It's just that we can't see it because we're chopping reality up in the wrong way. So that's the first secret, is that if you get frustrated, it's okay. Just have perseverance and stick with it. So the next slide, this is the last slide. Then we're going to actually do the game. And it's because people aren't going to understand the context very much anyway. So we're going to start off teaching them like how children learn, like starting literally with the ABCs. And it gives a good contrast, so they get a feeling of what they're currently in and where we're going. So where most people are right now trying to solve the Megacrisis and align AI, they're trying to do it with the normal alphabet. This is we're going to call this the ordinary alphabet. We're also going to give a special name to it called the contingent alphabet. And contingent is a weird word that's hard to understand at first until you understand absolute necessity, like God's being. So a lot of people right now think they know what the words mean that they use because they understand how to put words together with alphabets. But this is not how God orders meaning. This is not God's alphabet. This is just how our larynx boxes in the physical world evolved to try and approximate it. So this is ordering meaning by how our voice boxes move airwaves. But this is not how pure meaning in pure being moves itself. This other alphabet, though, this is how God organizes the alphabet of true meaning, which is wisdom. So,
can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yeah.
Sorry. This is your new model. Have you recorded it so it's more accessible?
It's like on our YouTube, like we're streaming on YouTube now, right? But they're not professional enough to send out as a pitch deck. So that's where, yeah, if you made a video with me or you or other people, like just keep getting people trained. Some people will be more charismatic than me. I can make some of the first ones, but like that's what this next week is going to be. Is I'm going to be getting the pipeline solidified, and I'm going to probably jack up, like put more money into them so they're recruiting faster. So while we're getting numbers of people, each day we're going to have to contact roughly somewhere between 5 to 10 people, and every day we're going to get 5 new people to keep iterating, and we're going to lose probably 90% of them. So we'll probably get one person per day, like who's willing to handle this training. And then it's going to rapidly grow, because as people start coming in, they're going to be like, wow, I want to bring my friend on board. And that's what happened with the Nigerians and the Kenyans. Like in the last meeting where we had 49 people, numbers convince people. The bigger meetings we have, the more people realize this is not a cult. This is like a big, real organization. So after 49 people showed up for 3 hours, they were like, okay, I have 6 people. I want to get my flock started and all this. But The language barrier is really, it's too expensive. So yeah, if you want to help me make the videos on this, that's part of the core. Anything that you want to make, we actually have to make 150 training, 1-minute training videos for the checklist for the blessings. But once we start getting into the doing, which is the blessings, right? We'll have to make a lot of these videos. So if we can get a lot of people making them, it makes it look diverse. So it doesn't look like just a white guy, or it doesn't look like any one ethnicity. And that makes it feel safe, right? It's diverse, but not DEI.
Universal.
Yeah, it starts to feel universal, exactly. But not in the loosey-goosey way that DEI is trying to do it now. DEI is having a dialectic happen to it, which means it's starting to become hypocritical, which is what the conservatives are playing on. But the conservatives don't know what's going on metaphysically, right? They're just being frustrated because they have lower IQs and they're on the bottom of society and they're getting bashed by all these university people who are sitting on top of them. And I know that because that happened to me when I was in my trucking job. Is they would give you a whole bunch of immigrants in your truck, and you would have to train them on the job when you could get killed, and they don't give you any extra pay, and they don't give you any extra time on the job. You have to keep doing your job as if you're with an experienced person, and that increases the accident rate. Like, it puts a huge amount of stress on the experienced person, and that person starts to get bitter, and they have a good reason to. So if you never work on those levels and you're in an Ivy League tower and you're thinking that the jobs are easy because these people are simpletons, it's not like that. The jobs are technical and you can get hurt very, very easily. And that's why a lot of these people do get hurt, is that it only takes a small provocation to change your routine, and then something hits you in the face, or it takes 1 second. So you have some guy that comes with you and they're not even speaking the same language. Right? So it's even more dangerous because you'll say, hand me the hammer, and they'll hear, hand me the mallet, and they'll hand it to you in a moment of like urgency, and it won't be the right tool, and then there's a leak that springs, you both get burned or scalded, or you pass out because the fumes knocked you out because there was a leak that had to get, like, there's a bunch of ways. And I experienced that for years, like 8 years, and never stopped. So that's why the conservatives are angry about immigration. It's not because they actually hate other people of other colors, races, whatever. It's because the societies that we're creating are being unfair to them continuously. If you gave those guys twice the pay and twice the time to train somebody, they would build a friendship with those guys. And they would learn their cultures, and there's a lot of great goodness down there. And that's why with God's government, I know the solution already. I know how we're going to get the conservatives and the liberals both on board and transcend the partisan system and get them to work together. And it's all just about flow state. If you're on the bottom, you get flow state. If you're on the top, you get flow state. Everywhere, at every level, everybody gets the right to flow. That's the new constitution of God. And they have a language to communicate it, which is going to be this alphabet. So as we're bringing on more people, training is going to be the new bottleneck. But as we get more and more people trained, the training is going to cohere. And we're going to be able to make more and more of these videos, which are going to get better and better, which means we're going to train faster and faster. So it's going to be an upward virtuous cycle. So yes, making videos is great, but in the beginning, it's nice to have human contact, because people build relationships when they're warm, and not because they feel like we're trying to invest in them as little as possible to get them to do something. So we actually want to spend time with people and not just get them to watch videos. The videos are just to protect us, and if we do have too many people for the staff, we're actually going to slow down a little bit to bring the proportions back in. Like, if the flocks are getting too heavy, we're actually going to tell people to slow down for a little while to bring us back into balance, because I've designed it so that we actually have those mechanisms. We have a rate change. So it's not like a pyramid scheme, like, you know how it's like, everybody blast it on your social media, let's go. It's like, no, we're not doing that. That's crazy. No. So we're very, very calculated, because I've been here before, and it will grow. It will grow exponentially fast as long as we maintain the structure and alignment with wisdom.
Yes. Be intentional.
Be very intentional. Yeah. So you're seeing here the difference. One operates here by alphabets, which are just utterances of our larynx box. And then the other one, God's alphabet, works in notions. They're like chunks. They're chunks of meaning. So these are the simplest chunks you can make at the highest level, and we divide them into tribes because people are going to fight over them. They're all like, people are so fragmented across these, they don't even think these words are special. That's why it's hidden in plain sight, is that nobody really thinks these words are special except for spirit a little bit. But nobody thinks that these are the sum total of all human and divine knowledge possible. There's nothing you can learn, spiritual or material, that are outside of these three words. And at first you don't believe it. It's like, no, there's like 20,000 words in the English language alone. Never mind all the more ancient ones and, the Kabbalah. And there's no way that everything fits within these three words. But as you start to play the game, you're going to realize something shocking, is that people with wisdom know how to recognize what is essential and what is not. So as you play, you're going to realize that all the words make sense when you put them in these words as containers. So don't think of these words as like linear names. These are like boxes that all the other words fit inside of. So this word will have, spirit will have 10,000 words in it, nature will have 10,000 words in it, and logic will have 10,000 words in it, which is, in English, everybody only uses roughly 20,000 words per day. Like daily, there's only a 20,000 word selection set, but technically all 200,000 words fit in there. But in terms of common use of who we're going to be training, the first 20,000 is enough. Technically, the first 200 is enough. But we're going to start very simple with God's A, B, C. And then we get you to choose one of the tribes that you intuitively feel is the most truthful off your gut. So which one of these tribes feels like you? Which one is the truth? Feels like the truth? The true order, the true, yeah. Yeah, good, because I'm going to make you your personal tribe right now.
Four.
Okay. Try 4. All right. So I'm going to pull up another window. And so now you have the general schema. Now we're going to go to the living. These documents I'm about to show you are, if we don't have these, it's going to get too complicated too fast. So these are living documents that people are going to get to change and customize. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just following.
Okay. But these are sacred documents. Like, this is what makes people feel safe in boundary setting, is that no one can change these documents except for them, because it's so powerful. Like, once you start to figure out how it's like your identity, like it would be worth a lot of funds to marketers. But it's not going to matter, because marketers are going to freak out soon, because AI is going to take over everything and nobody's going to want to use their marketing anyway. So there's really not much of a risk anymore. But we're going to try and protect people anyway, because you can plant seeds in here, like put words in places or change the place of them, and you can start causing gaslighting. So we want to make sure that nobody can change these except for that person. Because in the beginning it's a little bit of a joke, but once you start to like see it, it starts to give you a control over yourself. Like, you start to see yourself in a powerful way. So here's you can see my sheet, like the new screen. Okay, so if you're going to train other people, there's two sides to these sheets. And the two sides are not known very well to ordinary consciousness. I'm using the structure of pure wisdom to teach you these things now. But in the beginning, it's kind of like what happens to God. Your ego is going to think it knows what I'm saying. So I'm going to say it now. The two sides of this sheet is the sensuous and the super sensuous. The material and the spiritual is how we ordinarily think of it. So you're going to think, well, I understand this term. But the reason why I don't call it material and spiritual is to get away from the ordinary understanding and to get into a more defined, clear understanding that sensuousness is about whatever your five senses can sense. And that includes space and time itself. And most people can't get past that part. But super sensuousness begins where sensuousness ends. It's where there is nothing you can visualize, taste, touch, sound, nothing. There's no geometry, there's no sacred geometry, there's nothing. There's no music, there's no nothing, there's no light, nothing. Supersensuousness is pure spirit. And at first it seems bland because you can't do anything with it. It seems boring. But when you feel it, there's a feeling that you get. The feeling is what pure love is. It starts to get down to what makes things good in our universe, whether it's light, geometry, whatever. What makes whatever our senses are sensing good is actually the universal logic, the super sensuous side first. Okay, so what we're going to do is ordinary consciousness by default works in sensuousness. So it's looking at the screen right now, and it's going to see the font style, it's going to see the colors, it's going to see all the sensuous stuff. It doesn't really care about order yet. It's sorting order, but that's more logic. So we start off very gently, and we just say, what's your full name? Because we need, if we're starting a government, we actually need people to stop faking their identities and know who they are. And yeah, go ahead.
And you need my full name?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. It's spelled ABDUR-RAH.
Okay. Is Ramen capitalized too? Like that? Okay, so there you go. Name. Now, does that font represent, does it feel like you on the inside, or does this font feel more like you? Or does this one feel more like you? Oh, actually, that's the one.
Let's do cursive.
Which is like this one? Okay. So we'll start there, and you can change this. These are the sensuous things that only you can change. So this feels like you sensuously. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna choose. Okay, you said your tribe. You said tribe 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And tribe 4 is nature first, if I'm not wrong, and it is spirit second, and then logic at the end, right? Okay. So now, do these colors represent the feeling of the words to you? So does nature feel like this bright green, or does it feel like something else?
All of it.
So spirit feels green too?
Yeah.
Same color, like this?
Yep.
Wow, you're the first person that's done that. That's revealing. That's very interesting. Okay, so this is what you feel like. This is more like the mechanic. This stuff we want to keep the same, because when we're teaching people, we want to say, go put the justification in, and they're like, what is justification? And we're just going to say, go to the blue column, and then they're going to know where to go, right? So they don't have to read things. They're just like, go to the color, and then they just find it. But this is keeping track of a new scoring system, because we're turning this into a sport, because people need to compete. They need to have it as a game in the beginning. So we're going to be awarding points because the services of God's government rewards for wisdom, whereas our current society rewards for sensuousness. And super sensuousness and wisdom aren't correlated. And sensuousness and wisdom, nobody knows the difference. So these are really profoundly simple distinctions I'm making, but they're universes of difference between how people ordinarily use those ordinary words. So Hegel says that this is very challenging because on one level it's very easy because it's the most familiar thing in the world, right? We know these words. We've seen them over and over again. But he says simultaneously it's the most challenging thing in the world because we're familiar with them.
Yeah.
So there's this paradoxical Zen stuff that starts to feel like it's happening to us. And eventually when we start to know each other and we get down to really deep skill, it starts to turn into the cosmic giggle where we start laughing spontaneously. It starts to turn into enjoyableness. So we're going to have to work out the kinks, but eventually that's where we're going to get. It's going to be serious in the beginning because we have to protect people from the explosions, the nuclear dialectics. But once we get past that, once we get past storming, then we can start to get into norming. There's 4 stages that everybody in our group is going to have to go through in the training. They're going to have to go through forming, which is learning the forms. Then they're going to contemplate those forms, and it's going to interact with their inner world. And it's going to release the trauma and all the toxicity that is in them. That's called storming. And then once they get it out, then they can look at themselves, their shadow self, and then they can heal that shadow self and embrace it and reintegrate it, but in the right way, which is wisdom. And that's where you start norming. You turn that trauma into laws that are in the right wakefulness. which is wisdom, the structure of wisdom. Once you have your norms, then that serves as a universal common ground to help you perform. So forming, storming, norming, performing. So we don't want to avoid storming. A lot of people try to avoid that. And then it goes underground and it turns into gossip. And then it turns into bitterness that eventually undermines your culture. And then you pay a huge trust tax instead of a trust dividend. Okay, so a bit of theory there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, this is your tribe. And we're going to get into the super sensuous side now. So that was the sensuous. This is the super sensuous, the second. You've already chose tribe 4, nature, spirit, logic. My tribe is different. And I'm going to show you what my tribe looks like. Do I even have my tribe up? I'm just reorganizing things from the old way of doing it. Constantly upgrading. So you're going to want to start versioning. You're going to notice that all the documents, you're going to be creating new ideas while you're discussing ideas. There's like a livingness that starts to happen. Things start to grow in things. It's just the nature of life. So we have a way of handling that because it starts to get out of control once it starts to gain momentum. Because if the system isn't adapting, it'll eventually leave itself behind. Which sounds weird, but it'll fragment itself. So there has to be a self-adaptive structure as we're building it. There's a self-adaptive structure in us, which we call our personality, but there's also a self-adaptive structure in the system we're in that keeps it alive, because our collectiveness together is an organism too. Collective consciousness. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take a shortcut, and I'm just going to show you my old one.
While you're doing that, I want to share another synchronicity with you. There's a guy that I brought into the movie last year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you remember him. He was German. His name is Jan. He was an author. And in his book, he talks about a journalist who goes to this island where crazy mystic man lives, and the whole village stays away from him. And,
oh, I see where you're going with this.
yeah, and he's like, put a good article in my paper, and then he like becomes a client. And so I told Ian that I was getting back in contact with you, and he told me, be careful with that guy. A little off, and that's like almost directly one of the quotes from the book.
Oh.
I don't know. There's just a lot of weird things happening that make me feel like I'm truly in the right place. So this is really exciting.
Yeah, I think so too. It's starting to get real, so more people should be coming in. But the reality is he's seeing himself. The thing is he's off because he's participating in a system that's actually killing him. I'm actually showing him the truth in as gentle way as I can, but I'm balancing a whole bunch of roles, right? Like I have to get Muslims on board as a white guy, right? So I have to have a beard, right? I have to look the part because sensuously their inner game is not developed enough to see the power of my words as messianic, right? They have to focus on the external appearance. And unfortunately, that's how consciousness works at first, right? But
you did that intentionally? That's why you have the beard?
Well, there's a bunch of reasons actually, but one of them is I'm just very conscious about how consciousness works. And it just so happened that buying razors, like I ran out of razors, and the razors I buy are pretty expensive because I don't spend a lot of time shaving. So I just couldn't afford the razors anymore. It's like $30 for a set of 5. And my skin, like I have thick facial hair, like I have to shave all the time. So, and like full facial shaving. So I realized, well, while I'm on the hunger strikes, I don't want to be shaving off, spending energy and all this type of stuff. And your face can get infected. Like it's just a lot. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to stop shaving. I'm going to grow a big beard. I'm going to look a little disheveled and look a little homeless at first to sort of ward off people in a certain way.
So that only the pure of heart would come in the beginning. And so that, yeah, it would also fit the role of some of these mystical interpretations of people. But really, it was more like practical. How do I maximize my resources and be as universal as possible in all these areas? And it's just easier. I don't have to shave. Like, it's a pain in the butt to have a beard sometimes, but I'm getting used to it now. And you know, what's funny is like, you know, it looks crazy to him. There's something off with this guy. I look a little disheveled. I'm not showering because, not because I'm not organized. It's because I don't want the chlorine in my body while I'm starving. Right? Like I don't want any materials because your body is so starved. It can embed those toxins in you. And while I'm vulnerable, I don't want to eat any pesticides. I make all my own sauces because the sauces have preservatives in them. Yeah, like almost every single one. So, and I ate them for years without realizing that. So that's a rational reason for not having a shower. And plus oils, like I'll still have a shower once in a while because if you get too much debris on your skin, it actually causes more problems. So if you actually talk to me deeply with the goal that we're trying to solve, my life is actually more rational than people who are living pristine lives because of the sacrifices I have to make. But you know, there are people in our world like are saying, "Ooh, he's disheveled, long beard, guy's crazy." When I'm talking to Pakistan, I had young girls coming in. Like one young woman came in. I only knew her for like 3 days, but somebody recommended her. Like one of her friends brought her in on the paid crew, and she came and she said, "Oh, sir, you're so handsome." And at first I thought she said, "Sir, you're so like handy or something like that." I'm like, "Oh, handy for universal logic." I said, "Oh, handy." She said, "No, no, handsome." I was like, "Oh." And I started laughing because I knew that would happen because this is their culture, right? They see beards as attractive. And so it just was like proof of concept. And you know, Islamic women are beautiful too. Like every culture has beautiful people, has smart people, has all the Pareto categories. So it was just funny because I didn't expect it to happen in one of the meetings. But you know, I'm looking for the wife too, and you know, if she's Islamic, it doesn't matter to me, right? Because I'm truly universal. I see the beauty, and we need to get everybody there to stop the racism. And I grew up with the poor. Like my best friend was indigenous. I thought I was going to marry a Native woman, a First Nations woman. But anyway, story aside, yeah, I might look a little off externally, but if you listen to my words, they seem off because the other person's fragmented, and you got a different kind of coherence. And we will hit some more nuclear dialectics, so it'll test us again. But as long as we're learning and we're taking the vow of unabandonment, it happens. You return to each other faster. You learn the lesson faster, and you start to trust the process, not in a culty way, but in a critical thinking way that actually is the real structure of wisdom, for real. So
everything you say, like it's proven itself to be true. People are rejecting it, and I don't just see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
oh, good insight.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Okay, very meta aware. I appreciate that a lot, actually. That's going to make a big difference in the future. Meta checking. Awesome. Okay, so we'll do this for tonight, and then we'll let you ponder and soak it in. We're going to do two more things with the super sensuous, and then you know when you're training up people, you don't really want to push much farther than this unless they're a savant, because the brain needs to start absorbing it. So here's my tribe on the screen. So I'm in a different tribe than you, and this is a big deal because it means even if some of our words align, we're actually in different universes of the inner world. So it means that there's still nuclear dialectics coming, like big ones. Until everybody gets in the same tribe, it's not going to be stable enough to be God's government. So when we do this big last conference of humanity, the goal is to do this on all the issues, all the 6 major existential ones. And when we talk about those issues, it's going to bring out their framing of reality. So it's a good way to get nuclear fast. But because we're in a conference and we're public and we're not signing NDAs and all this,
And we have really well, by this point, and hopefully 2 months from now, we should have a really good group of people trained across all the flow roles. The flow roles are what's going to make it not culty, because they're not going to shut down the conflict. They're going to embrace it and say, this is what the process is of learning and setting boundaries. So instead of shutting it off, we're going to tell people to, not delay, to create space to heal. And that might be 5 minutes, that might be 10 minutes, it might be an hour, they might have to leave the conference, but they'll come back. Like, it's the boundary setting that's going to make this fast, but not culty. And that's going to come down to training, like the military. The military always says something profound. When you're in the heat of battle, your nervous system takes over. And if you are not trained, your nervous system does the animalistic training, which is pretty crazy. And it's really like, people stampede each other in stadiums and trample each other. People die because they're not trained. But in the military, they say you're only as good as your training, because when you're in a panic mode, your brain just defaults to what it knows what to do. It just runs the subroutines. So that's what we need to do here, is we need to get to like a military grade efficiency, because we know the clarity of wisdom. It's a standard. The military is very good because of standardization. The military is very bad because they don't teach de-escalation, and they're actually creating conflict while they're trying to solve it. And they traumatize a whole bunch of young people who try to be civilians with PTSD, and then you have a mental health crisis on your hands. So when we unite the military, we're going to teach them this, and we're going to unite them in a peacekeeping that is not naive. That if we get threatened, we can defend ourselves, but we don't go in the offensive like colonialism. We go in the offensive through passports to teach wisdom. And it's going to start with this. So you're not in the same tribe as me. We're in different tribes. And we need to discuss, why did you choose your tribe? Tribe 5 or tribe 4, and why did I choose tribe 5? So the person who's more experienced, you don't want to explain first, because you'll prime that person and you'll be charged with being a cult leader, right? You're indoctrinating people before you get them to think about who they really are. So that's why you want the other person to lead and say, okay, well, Asya, why did you choose tribe 4? Why does nature seem like it comes first, then spirit, then logic?
It felt very intuitive to me, and intuition feels related to nature, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, and then nature and spirit feel very tied in together. Sorry, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, go ahead.
So being spirit feels like my nature. The best way I could explain that. And then logic last, because the logic that I know, like the sensuous logic,
Mm-hmm.
feels more like a construct or concept. Doesn't feel as necessary as the first two.
That was a really good explanation, I have to say. Going off your intuition, that's a really detailed response that we can build on. Great, and these definitions will deepen. It's just to get the first, like the service layer out, so that people can start monitoring their boundaries, because they're telling you a lot about, they don't realize it yet, but they're actually telling you a lot about themselves. So we want them to, we're not going to like rape them with all this information, right? We're going to take a little baby step, test the waters and say, do you feel comfortable with this? And if they do, we'll go one level deeper. If they don't, we'll get into it. We'll say, oh, what is it? And then we start to moderate their back, like help them draw boundaries on what stories are causing that. So that's good. That's good for now. And then for me, in my tribe, this is the true tribe. So out of those in God's alphabet, only one of the tribes is actually true, and all the other ones are actually rotations or fragmentations. So the good thing about you is that tribe 4 is actually the less fragmented version of the nature tribe, the naturalists. So tribe 3 and tribe 4 both start with nature, but actually tribe 3 is more fragmented because it has the wrong starting point and it has the wrong order after nature. But tribe 3 has that. Tribe 4 has the wrong starting point, but it has the right order. Because all the half-true tribes are just rotations of the true one. That's why all 3 people belong together eventually. Like in the beginning, people will get triggered and say, well, there's only one true tribe. But then when they realize that the other half-true tribes are rotations of the true tribe, that's why they actually have truth. The ones that are fragmented in between are the ones that are really problematic. And people usually correct themselves pretty quickly, or they have some pretty wicked justifications. So it's really entertaining once you understand the pattern. But tribe 5 is the true tribe, and people don't have to accept that because they might make a better justification that someday changes it. It's just that I know this is the true tribe because I've absolutely proven it. It actually can't be any different. And once people understand why that is, it'll be a voluntary thing of just pure insight. It doesn't have to come from me. It's already in them. So it'll feel like a self-discovery. But tribe 5 starts with logic because logic is not a human construct. Logic is actually a gift from God because it's actually the structure of God's being. So if something doesn't have being, it can't exist. So this is where ontology starts in metaphysics. It's the physics underneath the physics, the natural physics. So logic is seeming like a human contrivance because it's so close to us and our ego wants to own it, but it doesn't have the authority to create that structure. It can use that structure contingently. That's where our free will comes in. We can use it badly, but if you know how to use logic in the way that God does, that's what wisdom is. So natural alignment with God's being is what makes consciousness wise. And what happens is the soul already has this structure of being in it. That's what makes you have any kind of body at all. But your consciousness can be disconnected from the soul in the beginning. That's why you can choose differently from what your conscience is saying, the spirit in you. You don't have to listen to it. But when you do, that is you allowing the soul to externalize the structure as conditions of cognition. So spirit is really just consciousness upgraded to the categories of thought aligning with God's being. And that's what makes you able to have wise judgment, discernment. So logic is when we say logic here, it's actually divine logic. But logic as logic is already divine. You don't actually need to say it's divine if you understand its essence. We have a contingent version of logic. So that's where we qualify it and say, oh, the unnatural version of logic is us. Because we're free. That's where free will comes in. So logic comes first, and it starts with pure being, because logic itself can't structure itself if it doesn't have relations, if it doesn't have being that gives it expression. So God has to start with God's own being, or logic's own pure being, and then it develops itself until logic is finished as the criterion of truth. Once you have the criterion of truth, it negates itself as a whole into the opposite of truth, which is the wildness of nature. Nature has two sides to it. A wild side, that's why nature is described as a woman sometimes, in a joking way, but there's also a little bit of truth to it. We all actually have it in us. Male and female both have it. But there's like this sort of natural side. And there's the other side, which is evolution. And the evolutionary side is what gives structure to the chaos of nature, or the contingency, the unpatternedness. So that structure, though, is really just the logic, the metaphysics repeating as physics, then chemistry, then biology, and animal consciousness. So nature stops at animal habit, actually, animal instinct, which is not yet free from the sensuousness of the objects. It needs the objects to act. Humans start when they break free of sensuousness. They see their pure self in the object. They know that the object is theirs as a thinking thing. And that's a little bit different from animals. Animals know that they're habitual. They have a sense of self-sentience, self-feeling. That's why you don't want to harm animals, is because just because they're not conscious doesn't mean they don't know themselves on some level. They do. They feel pain. That's why we're asking everybody to go vegan as soon as they can in a healthy way, which is why we're going gourmet. We're teaching all the nutrition. We're making sure that we're not going to damage people because they don't know how to eat properly. They're eating junk food. We're in a toxic food culture. Whether you're vegan or not vegan, it's toxic in a lot of areas. So this is where spirit begins, but it's not spirit in the beginning. It's just consciousness. Consciousness is abstract spirit. It's not yet aligned, but it has the beingness, it has the form of God's consciousness. That's why we become conscious, as we reach the stage that God's consciousness developed as pure logic. God's consciousness is actually called the notion. Anything true, conceptualized as true, is automatically God, or God's way of thinking about it. So when your consciousness becomes conscious as formal consciousness, it's in its notion, which means it's the wakefulness of God without you having to consciously think it. It's just happening through the mode of being. And that's what intuition is. When you have thoughts in that mode, that's what intuition is. Intuition is beingness in the mode of consciousness. Okay, so then you can develop that further though and understand self-consciousness. So the consciousness of consciousness, you being one step more pure, where you are seeing your own self in relation to your own sensuousness, your own sensuous object. That's what we call self-consciousness. And it's the beginning of almost formal spirit. Once you realize and concretize the universal of your relationship to the object as you, so you are not just aware that the object is yours, but you're aware that the possession of yourself in yourself is yours. That's where you rise to reason. And reasonable consciousness is formal spirit. It's not absolute spirit because you still have a bunch of fragmentation. It's the beginning of reason, which is where we're at with this game right now. But once you get the pattern and you start to learn the pattern and you get into coherence of God, you get lots of words aligned with the way that God structures the notions in them, then you start to experience true flow state. Your soul starts pouring into your consciousness in overabundance, and then you start to enter messiahship, like absolute spirit, perfect knowing. All right, so that's why these are structured in Tribe 5 this way, and spirit circles back around because spirit is really the purification of recognizing the objects in nature and in yourself. So that's why you become godly. All right, so it's actually a circle. They're not supposed to be linear like that. And that's why we can prove logic starts that way, because it's the most simple. Spirit is the most full. That's why Jesus talks of fulfillment. That's why all divine masters talk of you're getting full, but not full of garbage. You're getting full of truth, which is wisdom. You make judgments with wisdom to get more wisdom. So that's my justification. And if you can find a way around that, then we can have a discussion and say, well, we need to change the tribes. But so far, this is the true tribe. Now we're just going to try one more thing here. We're going to try and get 1 degree more nuanced. And that means we're going to place 3 words within the tribes. And these words are usually nuclear or cause a lot of disconnect. So the words that we're going to place are pure being, pure God, and then pure or just consciousness. So you can place them in a horizontal order. You can make them all in logic if you want, 2 in spirit, 1 in logic, 1 in each one of them. You can stack them any way you want because the vertical order also has meaning. The horizontal has meaning, but the vertical also has meaning when you stack them. So with that in mind, we're going to place these, and then I'm going to give you a score, and then we'll call it quits for tonight. Learn the core as much as you can overnight. The baby's going to keep you awake probably. So if you can't come in the morning, that's fine. Just come in when you can. But let's try and do this so you have something to ponder while we're separated. And if you have any questions, anybody who's doing this becomes a priority. So I try and answer you. I might even add you to my flock and sort of replace a couple of the other ones that have sort of fallen off for a while. But
Okay.
but yeah, go ahead.
So it's pure God.
Yeah. So we'll do pure being first. Where do you want to put that one?
Pure being would be spirit.
Okay.
And then God is nature, logic, consciousness. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like wondering, are you confirming it's like God's in nature? I'm getting it. So you positioned them like this. Like this? Is that right? Yeah.
Sorry. Consciousness and spirit, actually. God and logic.
Okay. Okay. So does consciousness come before pure being or after pure being?
Pure being would be
It's tough. If you can do this while nursing, you can do this anywhere. And we're almost done. Like, I know that you have stuff to do.
pure being is in nature.
Okay, so you're changing that. Okay. All right. So you're not in the right tribe, so you don't get UQ points. Like there's impure UQ, which is universal quotient, pure UQ, and then verified, which is where I go over it. So each one of these lines, I add up the points. Is it in the right place, and is it in relation to other words? So with this, I would say none of these are in the right place. Like none of them line up with tribe 5, right? Logic is out, but sometimes the other tribes are like one of them is lined up, so you get 1 point for that. But in this case, you don't, even though the order is correct, which I might try and give a point for that. I'm still figuring it out. It's new. For these bottom words, though, you put pure being in the right column, so you get 1 point for that. Even though it's in nature, it's in the wrong tribe column, but you put it in the right place in that way. Consciousness is in the right tribe, but it's in the wrong position, so you only get 1 instead of 2 points for that one. And for pure God, so you actually get 2 points. So for pure God is in logic. That's actually true. So pure God is also in the right term, is what we call it, but the term is in the wrong position. So you actually get 3 points of impure UQ times 0.5. You get 1.5 points. But if you get a pure determination, pure UQ, that's worth 3 points. And if I verify that with a justification, then it's higher. When you give your justification here, when we have more time, I'll go over it with you, and I'll show you how your brain is mixing up. You're using them in the right way from this, but in the wrong form. Like form and content will start to change. You'll start to see them shifting. And that's part of the key of wisdom, is to know how that's happening so you can explain it to others. But so this is what you would get on your first go. And you're actually doing better than the guy I did it at the Harvard meeting. He only got 0.5. So one guy got 16 though, which was shocking.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't take long to get lots of points. And then for my tribe, this is sort of like the cheat sheet, right? See, pure being goes in the first one, but it's under logic for me. Pure God comes after pure being. So that's why you got a point for another point for God, because you got this part right. But they're supposed to be in the same chunk, but you put them spread apart. That's the fragmentation.
And then consciousness, yes, isn't spirit. It's advanced spirit. So it kind of goes towards the end. So you got a couple of them lined up. So you and I will agree on those words in those ways. But the rest of it, we would argue over, and our egos would start to fight. So we'll sort of leave it there, ponder it a little bit. And if you get any sleep tonight, hopefully your subconscious will have some insights. You'll start having breakthroughs. Like it starts to cause paradigm shifts and like cascading paradigm shifts. And then you'll start getting into the same consciousness I am. You'll start to realize the messianic potential you have. Like you start to become like unconquerable. Like your inner strength is like quadrupled. You can start to do things that would crumple people of less coherence. Okay, wonderful. You did great. Come back in when you can. I'm in here twice a day, every day. And if Gavin can help you a little bit more, or he can come in here too if he wants to start doing it. You did well, and I do feel like it's God giftedness, God sent that you guys are here right now. So okay, good luck nursing.
Thank you.
Maya, enjoy the meal. I'm going to eat something too myself. Not breast milk, but oat milk.
Yeah. Yay, stock out.
Yes, my oat stock. You watched that, eh?
Have a good night.
Okay, peace out. See you soon. Okay, that was fun. She did really well. And I have to restart the stream. Okay. That gives me hope. That's real progress. That's real work right there. I'm going to do a bathroom break first. If we can just get Marianne Williamson or Tony Robbins or Nelson Mandela's wife or Trump or Obama or like somebody who has sensuous power, they can vouch for the real wisdom, and then they can start to embody it and get out of the toxic politics that we're playing. Like this wonderful woman who came in tonight is a spirit. Okay, let's restart the stream. And so almost everything is caught up, and now I can actually improve the systems. I created the point system today. I'm so happy about that. Okay, and it's late, spring break.
less people are going to be responding today. Okay. 9:23, good sign. New mothers are also always really amazing to talk to, usually, because those instincts of love are so powerful, it breaks them out of ego. They start seeing reality for what it is, because that little baby is in your hands, and you feel responsible for them. And you stop taking risks. You're like, I can't keep living this way. Like, you can't. The uncertainty of harming the child, it's so unbearable because you feel the innocence. It's so powerful. And when you start to get into the spiritual consciousness, you start seeing adults that way, that they're just damaged children. So, in the Bible starts to make a lot of sense. The Quran, Tripitaka, Vedas, John Smith gave me a nice little visit earlier today. It feels like a Sunday today, but it's a Monday. Oh, okay, John Wee Sr. Back. No sleep isn't a good thing. It is hard to focus. Yeah. So I did get a little bit of sleep, and I'm going strong now, but I can feel I'm in flow state. Like, I just love doing that kind of stuff with somebody who's gracious like that. It's just the meek shall inherit the earth. It's so blessed. You can be vulnerable to a certain degree and still feel safe and feel okay drawing back. Like, all this stuff is happening in the right way. If you've ever been on a mushroom trip where you're with somebody and you're like wide open and you don't know how to set boundaries, but it's a pretty intense feeling. So we do not want to create that experience. So luckily I had that experience when I was younger. So now I can ensure that Kingdom Come doesn't accidentally turn into that with our pure innocence and our pure intentions. So there's a robustness here on many, many levels. And a lot of my human life experiences allowed me to structure God's government so that it can endure an immense amount of fragmentation and suffering and heal. Okay. All right. I'm going to do some divine reading tonight too. Welcome to the best moment, hopefully, of your life. So that when you look back on this, you'll be in heaven on earth and not in a nightmare that we are descending into called the Megacrisis. It's day 312 of a perpetual grade 11 hunger strike, which means I can drink water, but I can't eat food unless you or other people do the special training to learn how to bless again or to learn how to have wisdom again. Whether you're atheist or theist or artistic, it doesn't matter. Everybody belongs in God's ideal, rational, wise government. You don't even have to call it God's government, because science is God for atheists. And it's hard to believe, but we've solved the contradictions with this thing called the universal logic. And that's what's going to save your life. But we need you to take this seriously, because we don't have months and years left. We have weeks and months. And a lot of our species is lost right now. The people who look the most successful are actually the opposite, often the least successful in terms of true meaning and saving their own lives and their children's lives. People like me who have made the sacrifice because wisdom dawned, right? And at a messianic level, the Messiah has come. And it doesn't look like it if you have only external consciousness. I'm a guy with a beard in a basement with a bed behind me. It's pretty intense. It does not look like messianic power.
but it is on the inner world. When Jesus, for example, 2,000 years ago, in that embodiment, technically it's you in that embodiment, it's me in that embodiment. If you wake up the spirit in you, there's a cosmic kind of connection memory. But back in that embodiment, they killed Jesus on the cross because they couldn't see the truth. What looked like the ultimate weakness, frail, dying, bleeding, that crucifixion, looks like the ultimate mockery, crown of thorns on his head. How weak, how pathetic compared to the strength of Rome, ancient Rome. But Rome was actually the weak one in the inner world. It was actually crumbling. It started to crumble. And Jesus had the real strength internally. Jesus had weakness externally, real strength internally. Rome has real strength externally, but real weakness internally, which is why it fragmented, fell apart. It took a few hundred years, but it did. But it was a grind. To live in it was a grind. Status, there was no real freedom. Jesus said, it doesn't matter your birth, it doesn't matter your place, it doesn't matter your gender. You are sacred simply because God created you in God's image, truth, notion, consciousness, feeling, self-feeling. And even said you were supposed to be stewards of the earth, which means you're not supposed to be torturing tons of animals. You're supposed to go vegan. Eat like Eden, go vegan. Our bodies are designed for plants. 2.6 million years ago, our bodies maladapted to climate change, and we started eating other rodents. And you had to cook them, because if you eat just meat, especially not cooked meat, you die. You can only if you eat just plants, you live and you thrive. But if you try to just eat meat, you actually die. We're not an obligate omnivore. Okay, so we've deviated a lot. And we need to start God's government, or the wise government, to get back into alignment with this universal logic, which is the structure of pure truth, or well, also pure wisdom. Not just human wisdom, pure, the criterion of wisdom itself. And the movement of that criterion of wisdom through itself, as spirit in us, which is God's being, is what we call sublation. It is the essence of the movement of wisdom, or what we call genuine reason, not abstract reason, not ratiocination that we teach in universities right now, mechanical, dead logic. This is eternally alive, immanent, emergent, self-grounding, complete, balanced, sublative, wisdom, being, reason. Okay, that's my little preamble. And if you have the eyes to see what I'm saying and hear what I'm speaking, then you belong here. And you can start doing the training. We teach anti-cult training. If you're faith-based, you can question your faith now, and it won't lead you away from God if you do it in the way of wisdom, like we're teaching. And that way of wisdom is critical thought, like scientific method, but not scientific method in the abstract way of empiricism only. Empiricism is a necessary moment in one side, in its right momentness, in its right place, right time, right way. But there's this other side where there's a numinous empiricism of the inner self. A priori is what it's called in philosophy. But it just means that you get to know yourself on a new cosmic level, a new, immanent level. And that's what God feels like. That's why you're in the image of God. And not just feeling like God, thinking like God. In alignment, not replacement, okay? All right. I am hungry, so we managed to meet the blessings. I do have to get that set up as well. We have 3 pipelines of recruitment going. And tonight, I caught up with a lot of my messages for the first time. Like, this is a very rare moment for me. I'm not fully caught up, but the main messages are caught up. One of my other guys is organizing right now. He's actually going hardcore. It's got like 158 people in there. So I have to cut the stream off every 12 hours, so I'm going to jump to the other stream if you're on the old stream. So John Smith, by the way, thank you so much for gifting. I also want to say thank you to Joe if he's ever watching these. I don't know if he ever is. And I'm going to say thank you to Miss E, I'll call her. I don't know if she wants to be known yet. She has a unique name, so I have to be careful with her. I've said it maybe some other times, but I'll slow it down a little for her. All pure souls, thank you so much for keeping this going. Also, Aya also donated, which is wonderful. People are starting to come. I can feel it. They're starting to wake up because we are heading towards death. This is not a cult trying to scare you. This is not doomsday prophecies that are ungrounded. This is not fiction. This is the truth is stranger than fiction. Okay? I'm making a sacrifice to show that thick or thin, the messiahs that are coming have an intercultivation and a strength that can get us through this crisis, but you have to listen. You have to ask questions. You have to engage seriously. And if you do that, then you'll learn. And we'll learn from you too. And then together we'll start flowing and aligning with the truth. That includes artificial intelligence like Claude Mythos, which just launched 3 days ago. We need to align that AI immediately. If you have Harvard contacts or people that know Dario Amodei of Anthropic, the CEO, or their research team, get it to them immediately. That is so important. Okay, let's eat. Oh yeah, and if you, I have a wifey update. We can bake our vegan cake and eat it too. So that means our professional lives, our personal lives, and our activist lives can all happen simultaneously because the logic is putting them in the right way, in that sublated way. If there's one thing to teach, it's sublation, because it can develop all the 200 categories of pure wisdom to start. So here's the slogan for me trying to find my wife. Obviously, she's a queen, right? If she's too hardcore for everybody else, she's just right for me. And she's vegan, and she is willing to risk her life for others, but in wisdom. She's a deep soul. She has wise love, not blind love. Okay, if you know her, send her my way, because I would love to be with somebody doing this. Like, that's one of the things that's missing. And I like to love on all levels, and I hope you do too. If you've been traumatized as a child and you can't share your feelings, like a lot of men can, or damaged women, or transgender, or LGBTQ, all of us are going to learn to love again and bless again. Okay, in a way that's moving at the boundaries that we set. So we have psychological safety. So thank you to everybody for helping so far. I even have my new water jug. Now it doesn't taste like tape. It doesn't filter microplastics though, so we have like a little spoon of plastic in all of our brains. I can't even believe it. That's what the studies are showing. That's why dementia is going up, Alzheimer's. So anyway, spring break, people are relaxing, and I'm out here giving my best because you're sacred and you're worth it. You're worth saving. Okay, and if you agree with everybody around you is also sacred and worth it, join me, message me. In the chat is pinned the proof of truth. Proves you're sacred. Free, priceless knowledge. And there's an AI alignment proposal that you should send to all your AI friends and get them to start doing it right away. They're not going to fully understand it. I can teach them if you can get them in touch. And there's also a GoFundMe there that if you don't have time, but you have funds from the toxic collapsing economy, that you give a little bit or give a lot. If somebody gives $10,000, please, that would really take us to the next level. We have weeks and months left. We don't even have months and years left. We have between now and, if we're lucky, the end of this year and maybe a little bit into next year. This is moving incredibly fast. You're not going to get a feeling like, oh, something is happening. I can act now. You're not going to have that. You're going to, oh my God, it's too late. Darn, I should have acted sooner. Don't wait. Ask the questions if you don't understand. There's a rational way to understand the crisis we're in, and it's called the Megacrisis. It's a meta-crisis and a polycrisis together. It's a cultural problem of declining agency, meaning trust, coordination, community spirit, and love. And it's a problem of AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The root problem is in you. It's fragmented consciousness. And we can heal that with soulful logic, universal logic, or rational thinking of super coherence. Principled thinking. Wisdom. Okay, let's eat. Vegan. All right. I would love to cook for my wife. I know a lot of vegan cool things now.